You're out. Hello, hello. Do 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 do. Hey, mighty Don Stones. You got back yet again to NBA Live 95, to those 180 games fly by with 5-minute quarters. I have a horrible cough today. No fouls. I haven't played. Wait, no, I did play NBA Live 95. It wasn't bad. It was an improvement on the previous one. We're going to see how this streaming thing goes, because I'm getting a nasty cough, which is what I always piss and get just in time for the weekend, which means I don't know how streaming's going to go.
R.B.I.
Coughs are kind of a game over. Nice and cool today. It started to warm up, sort of. Hey Rosie, how are you? Oh god, this is not good at all. I end up having to cut this one short. I'm just going to keep coughing whenever I speak. I feel like this is a common problem that I have, which drives me nuts because it's not good for wanting to stream. Anywho, where were we? Let me find my password. "20 games in. A. AUA. AUA. B5. Soups. C. D. A. F. Pretty delusional. I'm worried about my throat. Oh, that didn't seem to work. AUA 53 X4 JACH 1 B5 hey, oh, there we go. H C D B F. There we are. I'm playing baseball for the Game Boy. Which one was that? Safe. Hey Cole, how are you? Let's put some tunes on and get cracking. Oh, first we must listen to the national anthem before we start our first game of the day. Last baseball game I played was Wii Sports, and honestly, there's nothing better than that. I don't know, I mix them up because I played Wii Sports Resorts as well, and I kind of can't remember which is which. I remember which one is the tennis? That's sports, isn't it? Florida wiped the floor with me yesterday. I let them. Wait, we're doing Florida again. Time. Dooby-doo-doo. Tennis was sports. What was sports resorts then? Actually no, I do own them. I never played them. I had a short period where I played like Wii Party games. I used to really like Wii U Party, Wii Party U. That was really fun. On the Wii U. I had these like addictive games I used to play with my friend. Ah, good times.
Fly ball to second.
Maybe I'll take that to my friends sometime. Bowling. Oh, I remember the bowling. That was fun. I don't think the basketball was very good, was it? It was just throwing into hoops, if I remember. I think the bowling was good.
Fly ball to short.
Wasn't it crazy? Like the original Wii, like those sports games. It was like, wow, how crazy playing like this sort of motion stuff in your living room. It was a bit gimmicky, but it was kind of cool. Do you remember the thing that was like a balance game? You had like a planker board that came out. I think it was on WarioWare. You had to like drop bits of dropping wood. You had to balance it in a stack. Let's turn these movies off. That will also help speed things up.
Fly ball to short.
Oh, have I started my timer? Nope. Let's do it. 3-point contest. Was WarioWare the one that I'm talking about? It was like I think it was like a separate game really, and it had loads of different levels, and it had like a hand, I think, and then this like plank of wood balancing beam came out of it, and you moved it like side to side with the Wii remote in your hand, and you had to like balance it and tilt it and what have you. Balance. And how are you, Mystical Machine Gun? What are you doing soon? Where are you up to in Sonic now? You're still on adventure.
Fly ball to short.
Games are flying by. Sleeping soon? What time is it? Only 8:30. I'm on early. Excuse me? You're gonna get all the emblems in adventure? Good luck with that. Wow. I don't think I ever did that. What do you get anything from the first one? It's the second one where you get a Green Hill Zone remake, isn't it? The first one, I think, do you not just get nothing? Yeah. On the GameCube it unlocks the mini games, didn't it? Be a good challenge. Have you done it before? I remember just thinking it looked kind of ridiculous trying to get the S ranks on the speed stuff and whatever. There's some that are fun though, aren't they? Where you just find them in the world itself, but some of them are just yeah. I wonder how hard it is. I was never really that good at that stuff though. You know, like Crash Bandicoot and doing the time attack stuff. I used to lose my temper. I wish I'd done too though, because I would love to play that Emerald Hill Zone. Maybe I should try someday, now that I've got the Dreamcast going. I was eyeing up a copy of Gunstar Heroes, but it's just a little bit too much more than I want to pay. And it's the bad time of the month.
Fly ball to third.
As in money. That came out really weird. Still have a VMU save. Just load that. Pretend you did it. It's not actually that expensive though. It really isn't.
Fly ball to third.
I'm just a bit skint at the minute.
You're out. Fly ball to left field.
No more than Sega Gaga or whatever. Even less, to be honest.
A home run.
It's like, it's about anywhere between 8,000 and 11,000 yen, I would say, Gunstar is. I think it's teetering more to the 10, 11 at the minute though.
Strike. Ball. Fly ball to left field.
The copy I've been watching has just come down, but it's still just not quite low enough.
You're out.
I was considering it, but yeah. I don't want to contribute to the problem.
To second.
It's not rare at all either, so. But I would like to play it that way because I've never played it before, so I feel like I want to give it, like, really enjoy it. I wish I'd done that with Dynamite Heady, but oh well.
Left field.
I've still enjoyed my cartridge of Dynamite Heady.
Safe.
Do you know, I did notice today, just browsing, you'll have to play Sega Gaga. So I actually did recently this is why I'm also kind of skint, because I did just buy Sega Gaga. Like a week ago, I picked up Sega Gaga, so that was sort of my purchase for the month. So it wasn't loads, but yeah. I got it with
Ball to third.
Space Channel Part 2, which also was not that cheap either, so the both of those together is sort of my treat for the month, I think. But I had a look at Sega Gaga, and it doesn't look like it would be so fun to stream, because it's got a lot of like enemy encounters with like quizzes with time limits and stuff, so I think it would just be a bit, oh god. Even just playing it by myself, it looks like it would be a bit. I read one and I was just like, oh my god, this is so fast. Like, I can't remember what the question was now. It was something. Oh, it was like some otaku kind of guy, and he was like asking me all these weird questions, like, what do you think about? I don't remember now. Like having a PC or something like that, or what do you think about anime? And it was like, I hate it. I watch it a little bit, love it, or something like that. I'm talking about it from a language point of view. Like trying to read a quiz in Japanese quickly. I was struggling by myself.
Fly ball to center field.
Oh, I wouldn't want to brute force it though, I'd want to enjoy it.
Safe.
If they were repeated all the time, I'd probably get the hang of it though.
Fly ball to third. Foul ball.
So it was very quick. I didn't even have time to think about my answers. I think I answered 2 of the questions and then timed out on the 3rd one.
Fly ball to foul ball.
It also just looked a bit of a, I don't know, text heavy kind of, probably a bit weird game. Would probably be more fun watching someone playing the fan translation. Oh, they're common. But Space Channel Part 2 is looks really fun. What I tried. But I don't have Part 1. Part 1's really cheap though. I only wanted Part 2 because it was haggling it with something else.
Fly ball to
I mean,
second.
well, not wanted. The only reason I went for it. Whereas Part 1 I can get any time because there's tons of copies of it everywhere. I've never played any of them though. But it was just not something I would have bought back in the day, like rhythm dance game things. It just wasn't something I really played and wouldn't want to spend my money on. But I had a look at it and had a little go at it, and it seemed really, really fun.
Strike.
So I don't actually really know anything about it. And I was looking at the manual for Part 2, and I forgot Michael Jackson's in it. Apparently he's in Part 1 as well, but I totally forgot all about that.
Out. Ball. Ball.
Face Channel 5. Yeah, I've always heard like kind of good things about him.
Ball.
I wanted the Dreamcast version just because it feels like kind of it's iconic Dreamcast, because it was released on the PlayStation 2 as well, sort of simultaneously, because it was like it's one of the last sort of Dreamcast games because it was on its last legs, and the Dreamcast one was Japan only, which sort of makes it a little bit more of like a collector's sort of piece, I guess. Makes it a bit more, because it's like literally about 300 yen on the PlayStation 2, but it's a bit more on Dreamcast. But because it's, I feel like with a game like that, there's so little to celebrate on the Dreamcast at times. It's like I really would like to just play it on the Dreamcast, especially because Part 1's on the Dreamcast 2. Feels right.
Out.
But if you want to play it like in English and stuff, PlayStation 2's the way to go.
You're out. Too short.
I didn't even realise it's the same creator of Rez, isn't it? And Child of Eden. I didn't realise they were all the same person.
Fly ball to first.
The only rhythm game I ever really played was Vib Ribbon, and I still need to get a copy of Vib Ribbon because I only have the PAL one that I had growing up. And I kind of... Ooh. But I'm just not sure how much I would... Because Vib Ribbon... I'm not really going to listen to my own music and play Vib Ribbon, I don't think. But I am really nostalgic for the tracks that come with the game.
You're out. Fly ball to second. You're out.
It's a shame it needs CDs, because it would be fun to like put some Mega Drive soundtracks in or something. Play Guitar Man? No, I've never played that. That was coming up in my search though, I think. I can't remember, I think I clicked on something and it came on. I'm sure I watched Mecha Lavos playing Guitar Man, some of it, but he's getting really annoyed with it. I don't really know what it is. Like, I guess it's a rhythm game, but is it also, it's kind of story based, isn't it?
To third.
I never even played Parappa the Rapper until the HD remaster. I mean, I played the demo, tons. We all played the demo, but I never played the rest of it. Guitar Man twice. I only ever played the demo of it. I never got the full game.
Ball.
Kick, punch, it's all in the mind. I played it so like I knew that song so well because I played the demo so much. Because was it on demo 1? Was it on demo 1? I feel like everybody had the demo for Parappa the Rapper.
Ball.
Kick, punch, block. Kick, punch, block. Chop, chop, turn. Turn, pose, pose. I could never work Parappa the Rapper out either. I find it best to just sort of mash everything in a sort of weird rhythm. You're supposed to freestyle on it or something, but it's never really explained.
To third.
I have Parappa the Rapper now though. Like I actually bought a copy of it on the PlayStation. I've explained this before. I've never played Unjan Milami or whatever it is. I bought Parappa the Rapper from a junk box for like £1 because I wanted to pinch the box. And then I figured, well, at least I also get a copy of Parappa the Rapper as well. But I pinched the box to put it in something I value a bit more. And it was like looking at the stuff that they had, it was like, well, I don't really want just like random FIFA game, but I wouldn't mind having Parappa the Rapper and just putting that in the slightly scuffy case.
ball to left field.
Glad I have Parappa the Rapper now, though. Now that I've got a proper PlayStation again, it's sort of cute to have. Parappa 2. No, I've never played that one actually. I forgot about that. Yeah, I've heard weird stuff about Parappa the Rapper. It's kind of weird. I've heard freestyling tends to make it go better.
Strike. Out. Strike.
Bit with Boxy. I don't remember. I mean, well, it's not. I don't remember. I don't know. I've never played. I thought like there's that other Vib Ribbon game, isn't there? What's it called? Like Vib Ripple.
Out.
Does that work with? That was like with pictures, wasn't it?
Strike.
Hey, Shadowplay.
Strike.
You bastard. Yeah, it's on PS2. It was a Japanese only one, I think. I didn't realise America didn't get Vib Ribbon until like a couple of years ago, because I always thought Vib Ribbon was like a really iconic PlayStation game, but apparently it was only Europe and Japan. So I had it on I remember because I had it on the demo disc with the official PlayStation magazine at one point. I think that's why we ended up getting it.
Fly ball to foul ball.
Evening.
To second. You're out. To second. Fly ball to left field.
Woo! How many games in are we? 60. No, I wish. 20. 60 left.
Fly ball to second. You're out.
Yeah, I've sort of been doing that a lot. There's sort of games these days that, you know, if I got a sort of taste for it, I can't, and I haven't let it go, and I sort of want to revisit it. There's only one or two that I can't really do because they didn't come out in Japan, but I would really like to play Treasures of the Deep, I think it is. That was only North America and Europe. It's really annoying. It's like the submarine game I remember playing.
Out.
If I could ever get this PAL PlayStation up and running and fixed, maybe I could get a copy someday. But PAL games are expensive now.
Ball. Strike. Out. Strike. Strike.
Brat 'em up or beat 'em up. It's not Crisis Beat, is it?
Out.
Was it a 3D beat 'em up?
Strike.
It's Crisis Beat.
Fly
It's on a
ball to
ship.
left field.
I have it. That came out in Europe though. That was Europe and Japan only as well. I played that back in the day. My friend rented it from like Blockbuster. I have not replayed it ever since though, but I played that like back in the day. If you want to play it in English, you just need to get a PAL version
Fly
running
ball to
somehow.
center field. You're out. Fly ball to center field.
Yeah, it's got like the character. It's set on a ship. It's like terrorists attacking a ship or something. There's like the girl with the broom, and there's the guy with his hand in his pocket the whole time, and he only kicks with his legs. Well, I mean, he only attacks with his legs. Obviously, most people generally kick with their legs. I made a post about it on Bluesky a bit ago, actually.
Strike.
I'll find it.
Ball. Ball.
Oh, ball yourself.
Strike. Out.
Whoops. There you are. Need to mod your PS2. That's my copy of Crisis B, but there's some pictures of the game in it. But they're not pictures from my game. I think I got them from the Googlies or internet, 'cause it's in English. Dynamite Deck. I've not played that.
Strike. Out.
Do 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 do.
Strike. Strike. Fly ball to
bugger.
left field. Safe. Strike. Ball. Strike. Out.
Woo! I think it's actually better if you just press the D-pad a little bit after.
Right. Time.
I'm getting a modded PS2.
Fly
My brother
ball.
had one that played everything, and then he dropped it on the floor. It's clever.
You're out.
That's how he was playing the Xenosagas.
Fly ball to left field.
I could do with one of those.
You're out. Fly ball to short. You're out.
Like the cover art, it's nice. I think the PAL used the same one as well. A good amount of times the PAL releases usually use the same cover as the Japanese. They never, or just a slight variation of it. So I am often used to the Japanese covers. So I'm pretty sure Crisis Beat in PAL was the same cover. It's like Suikoden is the same cover, but just they changed it to... I actually think the PAL version is even nicer than the Japanese one. The PAL version is the same like group ensemble kind of hand-drawn art, but it's all on a white background instead of this weird purpley one that the Japanese has. But I feel like they did that with Vandal Hearts as well. They did the same motif with the white background for the PAL releases, and I think they both look nice. Obviously, the North American cover art for Suikoden is absolutely ghastly, but there we go.
Strike.
They're temperamental. I just wish I knew somebody that soldered over here. Like, I probably should just try myself, but it's having the space and skill to do it. I just wish I knew somebody that could do things like that for me. Because I'd love to get, like...
Fly ball to left field.
I mean, just doing stupid stuff, like just like removing the bloody battery from my Dreamcast would be nice. So that it doesn't keep asking me what time it is every time I want to play a game. It's game time, Dreamcast. You know what time it is.
Fly ball to left field.
On your Dreamcast. I mean, to be honest, I can deal with it, but it's annoying. Oh, does GameCube do that as well? Oh, it drives you nuts. Is that one not easy to replace? Because the nicest thing, you know, with the PS2 Slim, once the clock's gone, you can change it so easily without yourself. You don't need to solder at all, but you do need to do... No, I don't think you need to do almost any disassembly. I think you just pop the shell off and you might even be able to reach it.
To short.
Can't remember if you have to disconnect the disk drive. I don't think so. I might be mixing it up with the Saturn because I did disassemble the disk drive on my Saturn because I wanted to change the shell, and the Saturns are really annoying because the whole unit is screwed into the bottom of the shell, so you have to take the whole thing apart to take the shell off. Because I bought a replacement Saturn that had the capacitors replaced, supposedly, so the seller says. Because my old one was starting to get a bit weird looking with some games. It was like flickering. So I bought one with the capacitors changed. Oh, I know, the Saturn battery thing's lovely, but then again, I suppose it's because it's... Oh, hey, Chom! I suppose it's because it's relying on that for saving. At least the Dreamcast isn't.
Chomp Deluxe has just rated.
Chomp Deluxe. I love the way she said that. How are you? How is ActRaiser? I love that game. Let me get you a proper shout out. Whoops. Oh no, I've clicked the wrong thing. Oh no, I haven't. That's fine. But yeah, thank you for the raid. Anybody that's coming in and it isn't... Oh, I haven't done that apparently. Maybe Techie Rob did it. Hey, Techie Rob. So if you don't know what's going on here, I'm going through every Mega Drive game. There's a list I'm going to put in the thing now. This is game 264. It's R.B.I. Baseball. It's taken a long time because it's baseball. So we're kind of a low-key chill stream this evening. We're just going through the motions. Chatting about games, really, while I'm playing this. But, and then at the weekend, I'm probably going to get back to playing Jailbreaker on the PlayStation 1, which is a really fun Japanese exclusive game that I've been going through for the last week or so. But yeah,
To
it was
third.
great. You made lots of people and defeated some evil demons. I like the music in that as well.
Fly ball to right field.
I mean, I like that. I like all that company's games, really. I grew up with Illusion of Gaia. That was one of my favourite childhood games. And then I played ActRaiser some years later on emulator. Love that too. Wait, no, I'm talking up my arse. I'm mixing up two games at once, and I like both of them. That was the music from Soul Blazer. But because I was just about to say, and yeah, and I really liked how it was like using a lot of the assets from ActRaiser. But we're talking about ActRaiser. Wait, which were you playing? I'm losing the plot. I saw you were streaming earlier before I went live myself because I was having a nosy who's playing what. You playing ActRaiser or Soul Blazer?
Strike.
I mean, you've said ActRaiser now, but I don't know if you're just being polite.
To first. Foul ball.
You like the snow area? It was ActRaiser. Have you played the remake? Because I was playing some of that on stream. I gave up in the end because it's really just text heavy. So I was playing in Japanese and I think it was just like boring the shit out of everybody. So I put it to bed. But the remake, I really enjoyed the action stages and the music is so good. Like there's some Yuzo Koshiro came back and did the soundtrack again and rearranged his own music. And it's got like new tracks in it too, but you can listen to the new tracks in the style of the Super Nintendo as well if you want to, because you can listen to the whole soundtrack in the retro style. But it's some of the new tracks that he's done are really pretty, because you know how there's all the different towns in the game. I think they all use the same music in the original, but in the remake he's given each town its own theme, which is really cute. It's not a perfect game, but it's if you really like the original, it's worth playing, I think. They've changed the... I don't really like the simulation stuff quite as much, to be honest, and they've changed it to like a sort of annoying tower defense that just doesn't really work for me. I think it probably would be easy on lower difficulties, but I wanted to do the action stages on hard because they were kind of too easy. And you know, the original game is, well, it depends on which version you play, but the original Japanese version and I think the European version are actually quite tough. The American version's a bit easier. So I'm kind of used to that anyway, so I didn't want the remake to be super easy because it'd be a bit boring. But unfortunately, you can't pick. It has to be all or nothing, and the tower defense was like really hard and just doing my head in. I mean, I've done it, most of it, but yeah, it was kind of frustrating. I wish you could pick and choose, you know, like Silent Hill, where you could just have hard mode action stages, normal mode simulation. Oops. Yeah, the music on that's really good. Wait, no, that was the ActRaiser music that was in my head, wasn't it?
Fly ball to left field. You're out.
They've also fleshed the story out in the remake too, so like the beats that you see in the original, you know, with like, what is it? I'm trying not to say too much because of spoilers, but the first town, is it, where they're, well, the second town, where it's like with the castle, you know, and the person goes like missing or whatever. They've like expanded on that a lot in the remake, which is cute. Let's change this picture now. But yeah, it's kind of annoying. We were talking about the batteries in consoles. But the PS2 is really easy to change. And I don't know why they like soldered in the Dreamcast battery when they didn't for the Saturn. I don't know why they soldered any. I mean, I guess they just didn't really think people would be caring in a long period of time, but like the Saturn battery don't last very long anyway, so that's probably why they did it that way. I mean, I feel like the Saturn batteries, they tend to last me about, what, about 2 years and then it dies? So it's going to die in in casual lifespan of the console's life, at least once. Sega CD, I don't know Sega CD used a battery. I've never really played one. So does it have like onboard memory and then the separate one? Because I know it has a memory card thing, doesn't it? Yeah, a year later it's died. I feel like it lasts longer if you actually use it. I don't know if it like helps charge it a bit or something with the power on, but yeah, I feel like it. Usually my Sega Saturn's battery dies when I haven't played it for ages, and then I take it out and then oh, it's gone. When I'm actually using it, I never really notice it go. I don't leave it plugged in though, because I use the same power lead for my PlayStation and my Dreamcast and my Saturn, because they all work the same. So I just, instead of having all these different power cables, I just unplug the power mains from each one as I rotate them out. You can buy a separate RAM card. That's like the Saturn then, isn't it?
To second. You're out.
Atlanta loses. Oh no. Oh well. We're still number one though. What is it about Florida, man? Generic power supply, but it's a high quality one. So we don't even have power supplies for them in Japan. I don't know about other countries. For the ones that I just described, they must be internal, because it's just a... Oh, why have I put 61? It's just a power lead that comes out the back. Same with the PS2, whereas the PAL versions, they used to have these like blocks, I think. But this one, it's just like a thin little power cable that comes out with the two prongs. It fits in the back of my PS1, PS2, all of them, yeah, Saturn, PS1, PS2, Dreamcast.
Fly ball to third.
I'm trying to think what I don't use the same power. My Mega Drive obviously has its own power cable. And I guess like, I haven't looked at PS3, but my PS3 and 4 and stuff are actually like permanently set up like underneath the TV thing. I can't, because they're a different design, I can't like put my Saturn and stuff in, because then the disc flap won't open because it hits the top of my TV unit. So I just left those ones in, you know, that like push the discs out. So, and ever since all that, you know, that scaremongering, which is probably true, like all the Wii U's gonna brick. I've left my Wii U plugged into the mains for like years now. Ever since that thing did the rounds about them like bricking. What a ridiculous design flaw to have. It's something to do with the memory, isn't it, or something like that? And if it hasn't been having any power to it for a long time, the memory will just like shit itself and die. So I just leave my Wii U on permanent standby now. Well, or whatever. You know when it's just off, but the mains is plugged in, so it's got the little white light on.
Strike. Fly ball to left field.
Probably shouldn't have done that. You've always left consoles plugged in. I've got so many now, though I can't. I don't have space.
Fly ball.
I know some people I see on like YouTube, some people like in America or whatever got their like big living room with like their big tower of consoles, everything's all hooked up, but unfortunately I can't do
Fly
that.
ball to left field.
Right now I've got the Mega Drive and the PlayStation on the coffee table in front of me, and my Saturn is on the floor next to the coffee table, unplugged. The Dreamcast is unplugged and on top of some like boxes in the corner. And the Wii is like packed away. PlayStation 2 is also inside one of the boxes that I have, like, well, it's not a box, it's baskets with the lids. Storage things. And the Wii U, the PS4 and the PS3 are sat underneath the TV unit.
To short.
Must be nice. Yeah, I wish I had just had a bigger place. I live in a tiny home.
Fly ball to left field.
I'm actually going to run out of space. I'm going to have to do one or two things soon. I mean, I'm going to have to buy another shelving unit because I don't have any more space for games. But I might have to start not having games always on permanent display and just put some of them in boxes because I don't have space. I might have to put them in like an overhead cupboard, the ones that I don't actually like, because I don't need them at all times. But I really like to I like having them out to just look at them and think, what do I fancy? I've already put my like DS, 3DS stuff in the overhead like cupboard thing that I've got in the kitchen. But I've pretty much filled 2 small bookcases with PlayStation 1 games now. The PlayStation 2 games have had to move off their shelf now because PS1's taken over.
To third.
Saturn's basically got its own bookshelf as well, but those discs are so thin, it's easier to manage.
Fly ball to short.
PS2, PS3, PS4, Mega CS. What's Mega SG? Sega Genesis? SNES Mini.
Strike.
I have a SNES Mini and a Mega Drive Mini and a PC Engine Mini. I have 2 Mega Drive Minis. I have a Japanese one and a UK one. Because at the time I thought that was all I was ever going to need in my life. And I wanted the 3-button controller for nostalgia, so I bought a UK one. Because they didn't do the 3-button controller in Japan.
To third.
Only 6-button.
Safe.
It's kind of a silly
To third.
purchase now, because I don't ever use that 3-button controller. But at the time I thought I wanted it.
Strike.
It's FPS Genesis for modern TVs. Oh, I've heard of that. Yeah.
To first.
This is a banger. What's this?
Fly ball to
What's this
second.
track? I'll have a look in a minute, but I don't want to miss the swing. Do.
Safe.
This is world-class leaderboard golf, apparently. I think I only just added this one into the playlist the other day. It's the title screen. It's going pretty hard for golf. Sounds like some sort of like strategy game or like a Western shooter. I don't know, like Space Wars or something. You can't plug it into CRT. Your TV died. I hope mine never does. Hey, Dimitri.
Foul ball.
Foul ball. This music is going way too hard for golf.
You're out. Time. Strike.
I know what this is.
Strike.
Do 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 do. See, my 16-year-old Touchwood HD TV is still working. I've had this TV ever since I moved in here. It came with the apartment. It's technically not mine. If I ever leave, the TV will have to stay.
To third.
It's done me well. Love this TV.
You're out. Strike.
Playing in 720p at the moment. Shows how much I keep up with resolutions, but it looks snapping and popping to me. No, it was like a furnished apartment, so it's just belongs to the estate agency. They furnished the place before I moved in, which when I was first moving here was very convenient. Now less so. It's like the bed is theirs too, and the sofa's mine. I wish I hadn't bought the sofa, I really do. Spent a lot of money on it and it's not been worth it. I have two coffee tables. One belongs to the apartment, one of them's mine, but the smaller coffee table I've just put near my bed as like a bedside table now. The old sofa is technically theirs too. I don't really have much space. That's like in the kitchen on the side. Like on its side, and I'm using it as a side table. Could put a cloth over it. The TV unit is also the apartment's as well. The microwave, like one or two of the shelves in here as well. The bookcases are mine though. And then the air conditioning is, well, the air conditioning is the landlord's, not actually the estate agency's, but yeah, presumably. Because it's just stuff, you know, when you first move in, it's nice to have things like just curtains and microwave and things, and a fridge. When you've moved across the world and you don't own anything, you don't have family or hand-me-downs. But I don't know, it probably increased my rent initially, or whatever it was, I don't know. If I moved again, I'd go unfurnished. The only thing that is nice though is when my furniture is broken, like old whatever, they replaced it, because you know, with time and wear, like my old bed was like getting horrible and uncomfortable. It was on the floor, it was just like horrible springs. They replaced it with a proper big wooden thing, and the old sofa was like broken, and my washing machine was starting to break. They replaced it all I should have got them to replace the microwave, but it was still working. The microwave was shit though. Do 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 do.
Ball. Ball.
Such a beautiful song.
Fly ball to left field. You're out. Safe.
Oops.
Fly ball to left field.
On a Sony Trinitron. I just think they look a bit too small for me. I think I'd prefer like a big CRT. But even then, I'm happy with just a big flat screen.
Strike. To first.
Especially as I'm getting older, my eyes are getting worse.
You're out.
I need to book another optician's appointment.
Fly ball.
It used to be like alright. I only started wearing glasses like 3 years ago, and it's just like my left eye is just getting worse and worse and worse. That was my good eye. My right eye supposedly got astigmatism, and my left eye now is just like a hot mess. It's all blurry. Double visions. I keep saying, and they're just like, he doesn't seem to think that there's a big problem, and I'm just like, well, it is from my side of things.
To short.
Do do.
You're out. Strike.
I'm actually getting to the point, to be honest. I'm going to see how the next thing goes, because sometimes I've not really been using the eye drops that they've said, to be fair, but now I'm using it properly, and I've given it time, and I've said before in the past, but I think like 1 or 2 more meetings, appointments, and I may actually just go somewhere else for a second opinion, because I feel like my eyesight's just getting worse, and every time I go back it's like, it seems like it's fine, just like it's not though. It's like you've got 20/20 vision still with these glasses, and I'm like, well, it might be kind of clear with these glasses on to a degree, but everything's ghosting and doubling in one eye. Makes me looking at street lights at night is horrible. We will rock you. We will rock you. Is that a baseball thing? Dum dum. Shh.
To third.
Do 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 do.
Strike.
I can't help sing along with all this music. The bums got censored.
Strike.
Hey Resident Evil Dave, how are you? You go to the eye doctor at the end of the day when you're tired, not in the morning when your eyes are rested. I usually go in the afternoon, and I've usually been up late, so yeah. But that's true. I usually go about 4 PM
Fly ball. To
when I've
right
perhaps
field.
only woken up at like, because I go on my day off, so I'll go at like, maybe I've been up late streaming and don't wake up till like 12. Probably look into that.
Strike.
It's like it's like weird. It's like my right eye is like proper astigmatism with the light sources blurring, but the left eye, it's just a bit
To first.
more weird.
You're out.
Well, this time I'm just gonna flat out say that it's bad, because it recently has got really bad. My left eye, I'm really not very good to see.
Out.
Doo-doo-doo.
Strike.
Well, I think some of it's also to do with what they're trying to do. Like, reading discs is always more awkward than reading cartridges. Though the Sega Saturn's very strong, I think.
Out.
PlayStation lenses are crap.
Fly ball to left field. You're out.
See, Mega CDs aren't very good. That's a early 90s console. I wonder how 3DOs are. I bet they don't last very long. I think a lot of it's just CD media. I mean, what is there to fail in a Mega Drive, for example? What is there to fail in comparison to other things? It's generally just things like capacitors drying up over time, isn't it? But what can fail in a PlayStation is capacitors, and more importantly, the lens. I mean, yeah, the cartridge. I mean, the cartridge slot could go bad in a Mega Drive, but I feel like you've got to actually be going out your way to like fuck it up yourself. Yeah, exactly. It's the lens that will have gone. I mean, most problems with all consoles, I think, that break, it's usually the lens. And people don't know how to replace them, so the console's just dead now.
Strike.
Well, yeah, but we've also just said the Mega CD. That's a real retro console, and most of them lenses have shot it.
Strike.
Game Gears are all buggered.
Fly ball to left field.
All the screens have gone. Oops. I think PlayStation in general are not great. So well made though. The PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2, they don't seem to last very long, but the Saturn seem a lot sturdier.
To third. Safe. Strike.
Oh yeah, the memory card slot on the Saturn's rubbish. That is such a stupid problem, and it's a consistent problem. So obviously everybody talks about it. I've also owned 2 Saturns myself, and both of them have that problem. I have fixed it though. It's quite easy to do yourself if you don't know. You just need to get a screwdriver in and slightly adjust the bolts in it, either like raising it up or lowering it down like tighter, and it really does work like magic.
To third.
But it is very silly. And yeah, the AV port, the new cables that I got, the RGB doesn't work at all very well now, so you've got to keep it proper still. S-Video is fine, but yeah, it's I still feel like not enough people seem to talk about it. Obviously you have.
Strike. Fly ball to the pitcher. You're out. Fly ball
And shit,
to
replace all
the
the parts,
pitcher.
refurbished it.
You're out. Fly ball. Foul
It's
ball.
almost like new.
To second.
I mean, obviously I'm using an old Mega Drive right now, which I bought last year.
Time.
I've no idea. I'm moving that one along. I've no idea about. I've no idea about its history, though. I don't know if it's been refurbished or it probably hasn't. I doubt it. I just hope the capacitors last. It looks like it's doing okay right now. Very happy with this Mega Drive actually at the moment. Sometimes seems to have a bit of issue running certain carts, but sometimes I think that's the cart, not the Mega Drive. Like this EverDrive, it has no problem reading, which has obviously got very clean connectors. Some of the games that I bought for it, some were needed. I had to like kind of rub the cartridge thingies to get a bit of dirt off.
Strike.
I've got a Mark 1. I wasn't interested in a Mark 2, and I was really glad that the consensus is generally that you don't need a Mark 2, because I have no nostalgia for the Mark 2. I mean, I had a friend, I had like maybe 1 or 2 friends that had Mark 2s, and I played a bit at their house, but I never had a Mark 2. So the whole aesthetic and shape of it is not what I had growing up.
Strike.
Play for 15. See, I like the Mark 1. And everybody says it's got the, what is it? The better audio.
Strike.
Although I've heard there's a couple of games case by case where they make arguments that they sound better on the Mark
Fly
2.
ball to
I
right
think
field.
Shinobi's one of them.
You're out.
Whoopsie.
Fly ball to left field.
Well, anyone else gets to touch? Yeah, I think still overall though, isn't it? The Mark 1 is generally better for sound and stuff. But I think you get a slightly better video on some Mark 2s, but oh well. I've definitely heard that the Sega CD2 is better. Or are you talking about... Wait, are you talking about the Sega CD right now, Smudgy? The VA18... Oh, is that the Mark 2, the Mega Drive? I have a VA5.
Fly ball to short.
But as I was saying the other day, I have a
You're out.
I have a late VA5. Or is it a 4? Can't remember now. I want to know. Let me just check the message I sent somebody when I opened up my Mega Drive. Which one do I have? Whoops. Yeah, I have a VA5. Wait, no, wait, what do I have? Yeah, no, I have a VA5. But mine has the patents thing on the back that's in like a sticker, not embossed into the plastic. But most people say that the sticker means it will be V86 or something onwards, but that's not actually true. I found when I did a lot of research. Yeah, so I'm just rereading an old message, but I think there's a certain line of VA5s that look like VA6s, but then you open them up and they're actually VA5s, and that's the one that I've got. But from the sort of descriptions that everybody does online, you would think it was a VA6, but then it turns out it's actually a VA5. And it's something to do with, what have I written here? The Japanese info that I found, the chip code means it's VA6. I did a lot of digging around and found that not all VA6 models... So not all VA6 models are the ones that don't have the AV intelligence system on it, despite a lot of places claiming that. One source I found said the power jack being next to the edge means it's not a VA7. Oh yeah, because you know where the hole is on the back where the power goes in? It depends on like how close it is to the edge of the thing. Is also a hint to which it is. And also the VA5 doesn't have a patent label sticker. That's for the TMMS models. Also, if you peek through the vents, VA7s have stuff that you can actually see through the vents underneath. So, and then you can also check the serial number, and if it's like if it's got like a 1 at the end of it, I think it means it's from 1991, so then you know it's a VA5 or a VA6. So... Thanks, Quiggy! How are you? Yes, we're doing baseball. Yeah, I found this thing. It said, looking through the slit in the VA7, you can see the heat sink fixing legs on the board. The patent marking is not a sticker, but moulded directly into the mould. There's no aluminium coloured heat sink at the edge of the board. The circuit board pattern is also sparse. That's for a VA7. And that was how I did. That was because I was trying to avoid a VA7, I think was what I was trying to do. And then there's a no patent VA5 and a patent VA6. It was all... this is really kind of hard to explain. Maybe I'll post it in the Discord at some point. It's hard to explain with my voice. But yeah, I just found this like Japanese blogger who does like arcade cabs and things like that. And he'd done like this whole deep dive into all the different Japanese VA thingies, I think, and was comparing it. And it was countering some of the information that I'd read online in English. And heard from retro enthusiasts that I spoke to too, so I just found a little bit of extra info there. You're trying to remember which version yours is. It's a weird one, doesn't have the high definition graphics on it. Is it a Japanese one? Because I know nothing about the North American ones. So mine has the high definition graphics on it. No, it doesn't. It says something else. That high definition is the North American one, isn't it? Mine says, whatever it is, I can't read it from here. AV Intelligence Terminal and high cable, whatever, around the side. And then the Sega logo doesn't have the little R trademark thing in the corner, which they removed eventually from, I think, a bit onwards. It's North America. What's all this then? What's all this then, Abby Jams? How are you? You're up late. We're talking about models of Mega Drive while I'm playing crappy old baseball. And I'm choking. Trying to know which version. Oh, I just read that. Reminds me of the Neo Geo. The Saturn's also really interesting too. How do you know which VA you have? Yeah, that's that's the best way. Unscrew the case. But when you're in a shop, you can't obviously really do that so easily. And I was trying to pick which ones they had, and I couldn't find. You're off today. Oh yeah, but I forgot, Jason. Happy birthday again. Yeah, it was yesterday, wasn't it? But I was trying to avoid buying a VA6, and I was trying to get a 4 or a 5, I think, because I wanted to have. I didn't want a 1, 2, or a 3 because of the picture stuff I've heard. I've heard the rainbow banding is pretty bad in the early models, if I remember now, and I think it's better in the 4 and the 5. And then also, I think that it seemed like the general consensus was that enthusiasts like the audio of the 4 and the 5, and it seems like there's division between which do you like more, the 4 or the 5, and it's just a taste thing. And I also think, to be honest, it's the kind of thing that I would barely notice anyway. But yeah, it's sort of all over the place, but a lot of it is very subjective. And then some people don't like the TMMS at the start, which doesn't bother me at all.
Too short. Safe.
See, I've heard some people say the VA6, but not everybody agrees with that.
Fly ball to left field.
Back to back is shocking, yeah. I think that's the bigger difference, really, whether you have a Model 1 or not. I was more just trying to avoid what I didn't want, rather than necessarily obsessing about what I did get. I just wanted to make sure I didn't get a VA7, which I've heard is pretty bad. So isn't it? And then it's because I've heard VA7s are like practically just Mega Drive 2s in Mark 1 cases. So I didn't want that one. And that was the sort of game that I was having to play, trying to avoid getting the 7 without being able to see, but I managed. Super 20 years, never been happy. I think it is the kind of thing that people obsess over and is probably not necessarily as big of a deal as people make out. But I definitely knew I wanted a Mark 1 because it's just for the cosmetic aesthetic, because that's what I grew up with. I think if I'd have grown up with a Mark 2, I'd have wanted a Mark 2. It's just the way that I am. It's like the PlayStation. Technically the PS1 is probably the better one to get, because I've heard the lenses are much better, but I never had one. Trying to make yourself annoyed about it, yeah. I just wanted to get my old thing back in my life that I had as a kid. And also, I had one of those like import Mega Drives. It was like a China Hong Kong PAL Mega Drive, so it actually was the same colour scheme as the Japanese one, so it's exactly the same. I didn't have the PAL white band, I had the red band one. So it's really nice to get the whole thing back. But I mean, I've said this before, but you know, when I was a kid, like this whole conversation of like, oh, Mark 1 versus Mark 2 music and stuff. My friends had Mega Drive 2s, and I would take my games over to there. And as a kid, I can't say I went, wait a minute, this sounds different. This doesn't sound like how I've played it on my Mega Drive 1. I don't think anybody noticed. I don't know whether that's just because we were all playing on crap TVs with crap cables, or just because didn't care. I think when you do play them back to back, though, you can absolutely hear it. But if you don't know any better, I don't know if you'd be so bothered. But I'm also like quite content to play things on a flat screen TV instead of a CRT. So. Same SCART cable, that's nice. Well, actually, I'm using a Mega Drive 2 SCART cable now. I bought what did I do? I bought an adapter because I did some foresight research into which one to get, and it was recommended. I think it was on that retro cables thingy. They recommended if you've ever got any intentions of getting a 32X, just get the Mega Drive 2 cables now, because then you'll be able to use them for the 32X. And then I was also talking to, I think it was that gamer chick, and she mentioned too about the PC Engine thing, so that was also cool. Recently purchased a Japanese MD2 with an A6 button controller for £45, very nice. I hope you're very happy with it. Like, don't let this conversation like worry you, you'll have a lovely time. You can split hairs over this stuff. I think it's... Do people say avoid the Mega Drive 3 though? I can't remember. I've never played one, but yeah. Like back in the 90s, thousands of people played Mark IIs and nobody cared. It's just a lot of... Sometimes I think it's almost, in some ways, just to have like a bit of a thing to say. It's almost like oh well, I have the superior model 2.50 or whatever it is, you know. The cheapo at games crap, yeah. I don't even know if we got that in PAL territories, I'm not sure. I mean, the fact it's called Genesis 3 actually probably explains it. One upstairs and two downstairs, and they sound a bit different, but it's not like... Yeah, exactly, it's not like, oh, I must throw it in the bin. I can't ever play this. It's just a bit different. 3 is supposed to be really bad. Sorry, Demi, I saw that you were in the room and then I didn't go back to your message. Is that the only one that said first? But hello. Basically, only baseball games left at this point. Well, it feels like it. Why do they get worse instead of better? Cost, probably. You're just trying to consolidate and bring prices down, aren't you? Because usually, I feel like there's usually a U-curve from research that I've done about buying consoles myself. There's usually a U-curve. They're usually a bit hiccupy at the start. They improve, and then they start to cut the costs, and then it starts to get worse and worse and worse when they do the re-release of budget stuff. Because you usually would think, oh, surely the last model would be the best, but it's often where they've skimped out in places. So I think it usually goes like that, because that's kind of how it is. Again, this is very... I think this is me reading very snobby people, but the consensus with the PlayStation is it's the same way. It's like the middle era PlayStation is the best ones. Like, well, not middle, probably the second third of its lifespan. Because at the start it's got issues with the FMV skip, which is a real problem. It happens to all of them though, I think, to a degree, but it's to do with the power supply. I think where it was moved, it was too close to the lens, so it would get hot and it would distort it or whatever, and that happens with a lot of the early units of PlayStations. Some audiophiles apparently swear blind that this particular model of PlayStation has the best audio, but again, I think you would need to be an absolute audiophile to care even slightly. It's to do with like playback of CD as well, which is not something I think I care about at all. And what else? Very first Sega game made published in 1988 can only be played on the first. It won't work on any of the models. Wait, what? Oh, is that true? Not sure about that one. It's because they got further away from original design spec. Yeah, they usually just put the chips and stuff together, didn't they? Got your Mega SG tuned to sound more like the Model 1. 2026 no audiophiles care about CDs to begin with. Wow. This is just what I've read online, and I'm just like, well, that's not me, so I don't care. Because I was looking up, you know, if I'm gonna buy a console like in this day and age, I will at least do some basic research into like which is the better version before I go out and buy it. But it depends on splitting hairs. I went with a 7500. From the research that I did, and bearing in mind to the degree that I care, My consensus that I got was like you're pretty good with the for Japanese PlayStations. You're pretty good with the 7000, 7500 model.
Fly ball to
Because
left
then
field.
after that, I think it seems like they started to consolidate. But I don't think there's really that much wrong with any of the later units. And then I think after that, the PS1 itself is just the best one because it's got the best lens.
Base
I just don't like it aesthetically.
to short. Base.
One of the more interesting things is the Saturn, because there is actually an optimal. There are optimal Sega Saturns to have for the one reason that there's a few games that just don't work on late models of Sega Saturn. Not many though,
Ball.
but it's a few of the Sega Ages games like Outrun and oops. Wait, who's fielding? Oh, I am. Bollocks. I'm really not doing well at the baseball right now. Let's change this person. I went down a whole rabbit hole around the Sega Saturn. I already had a Sega Saturn. The only reason I discovered all of this was because I bought Outrun myself. And then while it was in the post, I read something about it not working on all units, and I was like, oh my god, no, what have I done? Because there's two releases for it. There's the original printed release, and then there's the reprint because they had problems with it. And I was like, oh no, what have I done? Is it even going to work? So I went down this whole thing of just trying to self-soothe and find out what model my Saturn was, and it turned out I had the OK model, because the internet is actually a bit wrong on this in a lot of English sources, and they say that you know how you got two Saturns in Japan, you've got the grey model and you've got the white model. The internet says that all white models will not play Outrun, and Space Harrier they will crash because of a chip that was consolidated or something. Two chips were consolidated into one, and it's caused an error with those games, and they just crash. And Sega had to then reissue copies of these games, but those ones cost more to buy now in the market. However, that is actually not true. It's really down to what motherboards you have, because they didn't consolidate the chip on the early white models, which is one that I have, and there's actually quite a lot of them that are okay, but people have sort of gone on this whole thing that it doesn't work with any white models, but it's not true. It's like I can't even remember the VA numbers now, but there's at least like 3, I think, motherboards of white models that work fine, and mine is one of them. And the Saturn's actually, as long as someone's not lied and swapped the interns out, you can find out what model your Saturn is very easy with the serial number. If you dig around on the internet long enough, you can decode it and find out what yours is. Because I did that again when I wanted to replace my Saturn. I wanted to make sure it was the right model so that I could still play Outrun.
Strike.
I've also heard, but not confirmed it myself, but the Japanese version of Myst also doesn't work on some older models of Saturn. No, not older, newer.
Strike.
So, getting a flash cart for it. Seems like a popular way to do it. A lot of people do not have playing baseball. Hey Fishy Ash, how are you?
Out.
Saturn's a tremendously fun console. It is. There's a lot to love.
Strike. Time.
Hang on, what was that thing? I know about that paradox because I was just reading about it. Big Saturn Enjoyer. The PCCD? What's that?
Deferred. Foul ball. Fly ball.
Oh, the PC Engine?
Foul ball. Out.
Hey Duda, how are you? Might get replacement Mega Drive just for a display piece.
Fly ball.
Can I get it for a
Deferred.
display, please? Get it to play! Live your dreams! Just print out a picture if you want a display piece.
To second.
Oh, I've sent that too late. Go back. I don't trust you. I've done too much talking. We're only on game 2.
To second.
Ba 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 ba. Oh, tits. Did he just... Did we pull it back or not? No. Come on, one more. One more, I'm begging you. No!
You're out.
We've lost 2 games tonight. Ah. Atlanta, Sadlanta, yeah, cold Lanta. Well, whatever. I'm sure we can lose 5 times. Where are we on the scores? Philadelphia are catching us up. Oh no. Well, we gotta sort that out. No more losses. Do. Are we gonna play Philadelphia now? Oh no, we're against St. Louis.
Play ball. Fly ball. To third.
But yeah, that's all I know about Saturns. I get the impression, the other thing too is PlayStation 2 is... oh, damn you. Depends on how bothered you are about PlayStation 1 games, but don't get the 9000, I think, if you want to be use it as a PlayStation 1 for tons and tons of stuff. I think that has like a slightly less compatibility. But again, these are sometimes the kind of issues that, unless you're like...
Fly ball. To left field.
like really hardcore into it, I don't know if it's gonna have a big deal to you. But yeah, just me personally, my take. I think like I agree with what Jiggy was saying earlier. I think there's a huge degree of like who cares, and
Fly ball. To third.
you can obsess a bit too much almost. I'm guilty of that at times. And then sometimes I think you forget like to just play the damn games instead of obsessing how perfect they look and how perfect they can sound. Just play them. I've also always been a huge person geared around software. I've always been far more interested in the software than the hardware. I've never really understood the obsession. I need to move this track along, it's doing my head in. I've never really understood the... Like, I get why people are obsessed with real hardware, but I've never really understood why people... I know obviously one of the big reasons is because of money. Ignoring money, though, I've never really... Unless that's just sort of... It's like maybe they don't... It's almost like you're trying to talk yourself out of caring because you know it's too expensive. But I've never really understood the huge emphasis on hardware and the sort of much less care on the actual software itself. Like, and not that like I'm saying that you shouldn't use a flash card, and if you do, you're not having the same experience or whatever. But it's almost like just feels like there's this sort of attitude that like as long as you've got the hardware, nothing else matters. And you know, I've even had conversations where it's sometimes like, oh, you should just get a flashcard, and I don't get why you would buy games anymore. And it's like, because I enjoy the games, I like the games, I like the manuals and stuff. That's always been the thing for me. I've never really been as bothered about the unit itself. The unit's just the means that I use to play them, but I really like having the man. It's like why I don't buy loose carts and loose CDs. I like the whole thing. I always have done. It feels like a little time capsule in my hand when I look at stuff like that. I really like it. Even before I bought a lot of stuff, I used to just go into some of the retro shops and just look at the boxes. I just really like looking at them. It's like I got Trazier finally, and I opened it up, and yeah, I've sort of seen the pictures of it, you know, on Sega Retro or whatever, like scans and stuff, but actually looking at it, like flicking through the manual properly, it's just like, wow, this art is so pretty. Like, I didn't really realise how gorgeous it looks. It doesn't quite come off the same in a screen, I think. But you know, at the same time, ooh. At the same time, you know, play games however you've got the means to. If you live somewhere where they're too costly and unaffordable, or language reasons or whatever, you know, do what you got to do, I think. But I still want to celebrate the software, not just the hardware, because I do think flashcards have, to a degree, made a lot of games feel a bit disposable. You know, like just grab bags, what we're gonna piss about on tonight for 10 minutes, instead of actually like properly like giving the game its a real go. Well, I was really enjoying that Jailbreaker game that I've been playing, because it's like it's a game that I saw, I thought it looked really cool, I bought it, it arrived, I looked at it, I read the manual, I got all excited about it, and now I'm playing it. It just feels like nice. Whereas I think, you know, if I had one of those optical drive disc things for the PlayStation, I don't know if I'd have ever got round to playing Jailbreaker. It just, you know, in the library of thousands.
Fly ball to center field.
Like I said the other day, one of the reasons that I'm doing what I'm doing now on the Mega Drive is because of I had that feeling about Mega Drive games. I just wasn't ever sitting down to play them, even though they were always there. Yeah, well, I really don't. Personally, I really don't care about console wars and which is better than which. I like the Super Nintendo and the Mega Drive. I don't really need to pick. I like them both. Spent all the time this year actually playing through games. Yeah. Not paying 300 to play games like Dracula. Oh, that's absolutely fine. But like, if you can, if it, let's say it was perhaps affordable, and also it's just, what do you like?
Fly ball to first.
I mean, I've made my peace with the fact that I'm never going to play, I'm never going to buy LSD on the PlayStation. I'm going to have to play on the PSN or emulate it, because I'm not coughing up $1,000 to play LSD. It's probably not even that good. You thought that sound was in your stomach? Oh, that James Pond. You have to just. I think the thing with like games and stuff. This is why I'm always about being an active gamer, like a player of games, not a collector. I do hoard. I have a lot of games, but the intention is to play them. But I think when it comes to like getting games and stuff, you pick your battles. You pick what is important to you. What do you want to spend your money on? What is out of your price range? What is not worth paying for? You just make your choices in that regard, I think. And if you personally decide maybe none of them are worth it, then you go the route of a flashcard or whatever. But I find it odd that there's sort of like this push for everybody to do that, as if like getting the real games is not so fun anymore. It feels like there's two extremes. There's like don't have any or just be like a trophy collector. And it's like, what about people that just play games? Like buy them to play. So I can't really name many games that I own that I actually don't ever want to play and I just bought them for the sake of it. It's not really any, because I don't do that. If I won the lottery, like I was a millionaire overnight, yes, I would snap my fingers and buy the entire library of the Mega Drive, but I don't want to own every Mega Drive game because a lot of them are shit.
Fly ball to left field.
Damn you! Did collect GameCube games.
Fly ball to left field.
Like I don't want to buy R.B.I. Baseball 94.
You're out.
Don't need it in my life.
Strike.
Hey Peacock Saw, how are you?
Strike. Out.
Doing fine. Start collecting set the occasional Game Boy game loose. Yeah, just collect what you like. I mean, the big thing for me is RPGs. So I tend to cough up more money if it's an RPG because I really like the genre. So it's like the PlayStation and the Saturn. I think I have just about every single. I think I do at this point have just about every single RPG that's on the Sega Saturn. But that's my thing. Do you know what I mean? I like shoot 'em ups and I've tried to get what I can, but some of them are too expensive. PlayStation, I have most of the RPGs. Dreamcast, I've been getting most of the RPGs. It's what I focus on. I like RPGs. And then anything else that just catches my fancy. Mega Drive, I've been focusing on the RPGs, and some of them are a bit more expensive, but there's not that many, so it seems realistic to get some of them. I mean, I think the most... I don't even know. What would be the most expensive RPG, really? Legend of Heroes 2, which I don't actually have. I won't be buying Elemental. I won't be buying Eliminate Down anytime in my life, but oh well.
Out.
It's a shame. I wouldn't mind it because it looks fun, but it's disgracefully expensive.
To short.
I won't be buying a Japanese copy of the Ooze either, but I'm kind of fine with not owning that. Certainly won't be owning Chuck Rock 2 and Comic Zone for the Japanese Mega Drive because they're crazy expensive. I do have Elemental Master. Yes, Jamesy, how are you? I do have Elemental Master because it was far more affordable. I think it was about £50.
Strike.
And that was just a game I bought whatever month that was, you know.
Fly ball
Seemed
to
like a
left
really
field.
nice game that I'd like to play.
You're out.
Worth it.
Fly ball to left field.
One of the biggest purchases I ever made was Eldorado Gate on the Dreamcast, and but I justify that because one, I love RPGs, and two, it was 7 games. I bought all of them together in a set, and like 4, 5, 6, 7 are quite expensive, especially 7. And I bought them all together, so I justify it. Like I just got 7 video games, so it doesn't seem so bad. Consider Barleybat's Ooze post propaganda. Well, I'd like to play the game now and see what I think of it, but I remember not thinking it looked that great. That's still quite expensive for a game. It depends. But I mean, how much are modern games? I don't buy modern games at the moment though, so... And like I've had in the conversation before, but like I also don't really go out drinking anymore. I don't drink at all, really, period. I don't smoke, I quit smoking. I don't go clubbing. So that's sort of, I don't buy takeout. That I make compromises in my life to do that instead. So I would rather buy Eldorado set of video games than have 5 takeouts. Or more, or whatever. Do you know what I mean? 5 takeouts and 2 nights clubbing and whatever. It's just a choice I'd make. I'd rather have lots of nights in with Eldorado Gate.
Fly ball to left field.
Whereas when I think in my 20s, I used to spend a lot more on just
You're out.
going out. Quitting smoking was a big one for me, obviously. The amount of money that I saved by quitting smoking, I've always been justifying that to myself by replacing cigarettes with video games. Well, 3 games to that price, and in the future you plan to wait for a sale.
Ball.
I think you play games in a very different way to me, though, from the sounds of things. You play a lot of them based on either like emulation or PCs and stuff, so... Which is, you know, that's fine. But I think connect with game. No, that's not the right word. I don't know. You probably know what I mean, though.
Strike. Strike.
2% emulation.
Out. Strike.
Sure, is pretty cheap for US Sega CD. So the weird Japanese expensive stuff, they're generally like late into the console's life, and they're Western games mostly that have probably just had very low print runs. Sort of like the reverse of the expensive Japanese RPGs in English. But yeah, just weird stuff is expensive, like Batman Forever, True Lies, Chuck Rock 2, Terminator vs Robocop, I think, Justice League. A lot of them are kind of Acclaim games as well. Comic Zone. Comic Zone is really expensive. Oh, and Maximum Carnage, which is a really weird one, I think, too, because I think Maximum Carnage is basically just the Western game. The only thing that differentiates is it has 2 instruction manuals, I think, and one of the instruction manuals is in Japanese, and that is what makes it basically the Japanese version and very expensive. Obviously, the cart would also be for Japanese units, but I think the ROM is the same. I'm not sure. Comics expensive here too. Yeah, but Comic Zone ain't as expensive as it is in Japan. Like, I'm talking, it's about $2,000 expensive in Japan for Comic Zone. Like, you can buy the American Comic Zone in Japan for way cheaper.
Strike.
I mean, I don't actually know if it's $2,000 because I've not seen it sell at that price, but that's currently what it keeps going for when I see it. It's at least $1,000. The Ooze is $1,000 easily. That is the minimum floor for the Ooze now. I think is about $1,000. The Japanese version, though, the Western version would be a lot cheaper.
Fly ball to left field.
I think some of the most expensive Mega Drive games right now would be like Eliminate Down, Comic Zone, all the ones that are over 1,000, like over 100,000 yen. Like Comic Zone, at the moment I'm seeing people trying to flog it for 200,000 yen, which, you know, is probably like, it's like more than I get paid a month, maybe. Have the other Spider-Man game where you take pictures? The Mega Drive one? I'll have that one. It's for committed collectors only, and also just people who have to. Some people just have totally different. I mean, I don't know about who I'm talking to right now, but just from my personal life, some people just have very different incomes and lifestyles to you. Like what you think is insane money to some people in the world is just nothing, isn't it? You know, like there's some people that will be getting paid like what, $30,000 a month maybe or something, and they'll just be like, yeah, whatever, I'll buy Comic Zone. It's my treat. Whereas like for me, it's like my fucking it's an investment. $30,000 or whatever, yeah. It's one banana, Michael. What could it cost? $10. Well, you know, just to go off on a tangent, right? Out there, technical issues with 30-year-old CDs and cartridges. I personally find the whole disc rot thing that people talk about to be, I think it's scaremongering myself. I'm still saying touch wood because I don't want it to happen to me, but I have tons of discs, right? And I've yet to encounter this mythical disc rot. I've never seen disc rot. I've only ever heard people telling me about disc rot. I've never seen it. And the only, like, I mean, if you're going to put your PlayStation collection in your sweaty old basement and leave it there in the summer in the corner in a box for 20 like years, then maybe, yeah, it won't be so fresh when it comes out again. But if you're keeping it like in your living space in like normal temperatures and stuff, I don't know. If it did rot, I would imagine that would be more because it was a defect than an actual generalization of all discs. I don't want to wish things on myself, but currently, whenever I'm playing something that is not 16-bit, it's on a disc. That's everything that I'm playing. Jailbreaker is on discs. Everything that I've played on stream has all been discs. I do think that people mistake resurfacing discs for disc rot. But what was I going to say? What went off in my head? Oh yeah, it's like, so you know, with the whole banana thing that you just said. You want that if you collected the Spider-Man. I want to get it back, that Spider-Man game. I do want to get it. But it's like supermarkets. You know, you've got different supermarkets, and there's like literally certain supermarkets that are just, stuff is just more expensive cuz. And it's almost they just want to price out the riffraff so that middle class people can shop in peace. Because it's like you're selling the exact same. I'm talking about branded products here, not the supermarket's own stuff. But like often you're selling branded stuff the same as this other supermarket down the road, and yet you're charging an extra $1 for it. Why? For no reason at all. Just the privilege of buying it from your shop. I mean, there's some stores here. I have 2 supermarkets or 3 supermarkets, and like one of the supermarkets that I never go to anymore. I was literally there the other day, and it's like, to buy this big bag of all brown Kellogg's cereal that I regularly buy, one supermarket will sell it for about 530 yen, another one will sell it for about 580, then this fancy dancy one sells it for 720 yen. So it's like the difference of almost $2 for the exact same fucking thing. And all it is just because this is a more snooty supermarket, but it's the exact same food. But this isn't even just geography, because like obviously, you know, the UK, if you go to London, everything costs more just because it's London. This is just in the same city. It's just this supermarket is. It's like probably in the UK you got like Waitrose. You're paying more just because of whatever. But it's kind of crazy because I still feel like, I don't know, if I had more money I still want to save it, you know? I guess if I was that well off, I would probably pay more if it was just because it's convenient. But if there's other supermarkets that are cheaper,
Too short.
then what are you wasting money for? Just because you can? I just find it very silly. Like, you can also buy a big bottle of Coke, but it will cost you an extra $1 if you buy it from this supermarket.
Ball.
But there'll be a lot of people in the world that are just on a totally different salary to me and earn more than I do that don't feel that dollar. They'll be looking at that, the difference of that dollar. They'll be looking at that to how I see the difference of like 5 cents and just thinking, oh well. Because they've just got a totally different perception of the world.
Out.
I mean, I just got my electricity bill today and was like, oh my god. Paid $5,000 for those 3 games. Whoa, I don't think I've ever spent that much on a game.
Strike.
I've never spent that much either on a single game.
Strike.
I don't think I spent that much on much. No, I don't think I've ever spent that much on anything other than like, no, rent. Not even that. On a single purchase, a plane ticket. Yeah, plane ticket. Probably the most I've spent. No, I don't have a car.
Strike. Too short.
So I'm just thinking about consoles. None of the consoles I've bought have ever cost that much. They do now. I've never bought a car. I can't drive.
Fly ball to left field.
But yeah, James, in that Spider-Man game, do you mean the one versus the Kingpin? Why did he drop that? You can take pictures of the baddies and get some money. I can't remember, can you take pictures in the PlayStation one? I don't think you can.
Strike.
Do 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 do.
Strike.
But yeah, I don't know. I feel like the amount of retro gamer people there are, like your Rosie, you've got a load of games, right? I got a load of games. Big Tall's got a lot of games, I know, his Xbox stuff. I feel like if Discrop was that big of a deal, it'd be talked about more by people that actually have these stuff. I've only ever seen like a couple of... Sometimes I wonder if it's like scaremongering intentionally to like stop people buying games so that they can buy games. Put tinfoil hat on.
Too short.
And then cartridges. I've only ever had a proper problem with one cartridge, and you could see that the metal was damaged, I think. All your GameCube games. The only thing that I've heard that might be true, I've heard that Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes on the GameCube is prone to failure, and I think that has been generally... I don't know if this is true though, but I've just heard this, and it might be that... Thank you, Red Gambit. How are you? It might be that... I think it was... people are saying that that was a factory error. Or something like that. It's to do with the printing of it. So I don't think that's all GameCube discs, but I think it's specifically that one. But thank you, appreciate that. But I've never played it, so I haven't. I would like to get a copy of that though to play it, because I always wanted to at the time, and then I didn't, and then it got expensive in English. Because I played a lot of Metal Gear Solid on the PlayStation. I'd like to play the remake sometime. I've never played Metal Gear Solid in Japanese, actually. I wonder how that would be. I don't have it. The last time I played through Metal Gear Solid, I played it on the... I bought the Legacy Collection, and it had the Metal Gear Solid 1 digitally. And I played it there. Because it's a very heavy game. I didn't want to even try to play it in Japanese back then.
Fly ball to the pitcher.
1,000 for the shot Famicom. Sounds like you got money. I don't have anywhere near that amount of money to buy things like that.
Fly ball to short.
I mean, when I'm saying I spend a lot of games, I'm talking about like, you know, $200 on like maybe something. I think I spent $200-300 on the set of El Dorado games. I think it wasn't even that. It might have been 260. Have you ever bought a laptop? Oh, that's true. Even then, it wasn't 800. I bought it for 40,000 yen. $400-ish. Is the laptop that I'm using right now. Oh, hype train! I'm willing to throw down 700. Yeah, exactly. But no, that's where I am in the world as well. I'm like, good God, no. But you know what though? If I just like didn't buy some retro games, I could afford one. But it's just the principle of it. It pisses me off. And also, it's not $700 either. It's ridiculous because it's hard to explain, but because of the way that the exchange rate works and stuff, and you think about inflation, and Japan's not really had much inflation, and wage hasn't gone up and stuff too. The price of a PlayStation 5 Pro, oh, mind you didn't say Pro, but the PlayStation 5 Pro in Japan, I'm going to use the old exchange rate. You can Google it and you won't get the same number, but that's just because the yen is so weak. But in terms of probably how it feels, PlayStation Pro right now is like $1,200. It's bonkers how much that is. That's like what, how much is that in pounds? Can't even think. Because it's like 100. I think it's 120,000 yen now, which is more than my plane ticket. So it's a lot. And I remember some people getting getting pissy online when they were like, "Oh, it's cheaper in Japan," and it's like it's not. You're just converting into dollars, and the yen is really, really weak right now. Because that's what they did with the Switch recently, didn't they? You know, they've like region locked it, and people so I saw some people whinging about suggesting that Nintendo were like subsidizing the Japanese price with like charging more overseas, and I'm just like, no, we just haven't had the crazy inflation that you had, and you can't expect like a kid aimed sort of console, like family orientated console. You can't expect parents to pay like $800 for a Switch. They needed to lower the price to I can't remember, or I can't remember how much it is now actually. I think it might not have been 800, it might have been 6 or 7. And I think the Japanese model is a bit cheaper, like is it 50,000 or 40,000 yen for the Japanese model? But just for no, it's not. Is it 80,000 yen for the regular one and 60 for the Japanese? You can probably Google this and find this out. But I think it's 80,000 yen for the global model and 60,000 for the Japanese one. But just for perspective, the original Switch cost 30-something thousand yen. So that's almost that has doubled the price of the original Switch. But we haven't had double the price of all products around the board. Inflation and minimum wage has not changed. So that's why it hurts so much domestically. And I think Nintendo knew it was insane it would have bombed really, so they had to do that. And the only I don't think it's a great solution, but it sort of works, is to lock everybody out with language, because they had to do that, otherwise everybody would just import with their powerful dollars and pounds and buy the Japanese versions for cheaper. So they had to lock it to being Japanese only, which sucks because Japan, it's 2026 and not everybody in Japan only speaks like Japanese or whatever, do you know what I mean? But what else are your choices, I guess? Other than going back to region locking games perhaps, but I don't know. I mean, it sort of is in a way, isn't it? I don't really know quite how it works. If the Japanese one can play any Western games, probably not. Japanese games are most expensive ones on Mega Drive than PAL. It just depends on the game, but yeah, maybe generally.
Fly ball to second.
Hey Mac, how are you? They can be pricey, spent 800. So mine ended up being slightly cheaper because I think mine was supposed to be 46,000 yen.
Strike.
But the one that I bought one for 38, I think it was, or 39, and then I got it home and it had like the space bar was like bust. It kept sticking, so I took it back to the shop, but they couldn't fix it, and so they basically said we'll just have to swap it for a very similar spec model, and so they didn't have any that were exactly the same, so they gave me a step up instead of a step down for the same price, so I ended up getting a more expensive laptop, so it worked out quite well. And that's the one I'm streaming on still today. I've had it for 6 years, no, more than that, maybe 5 years, 6 years, I can't remember if I bought it before Corona.
Strike.
I'm definitely due an upgrade, but it's money. I can't afford a new laptop if I'm buying
Out.
Sega Gaga or whatever. Now I just need to save a little bit. But I don't know how to buy a new laptop. I'm really not very good at picking them, and then it's like how much to spend, because really I didn't buy this laptop to stream. I bought this laptop. I got my friend to help me out, and I bought it on the purpose of being able to do work and apply for jobs. That was why I bought this this laptop, and I just wanted something that worked. It was functional, it was going to be responsive and moderately fast. Playing games on it wasn't a criteria, and lucky me, I'm able to stream on it without it just exploding. So I'm still pretty happy with that. It's been a really good purchase. We've had some issues. Those of you that have been here a long time will know that, remember the summer I had the blue screen of death.
Short.
But I think you also mentioned it, Jamesy, back then, was getting a cooling fan, and that really fixed it. I got the cooling fan, and touch wood, we haven't had a blue screen since.
Strike.
Because it was weird, because I took it to the repair shop and they couldn't find the problem with it, and in the end I think they gave it me back and didn't charge me, and they said we couldn't find the problem to fix why it keeps blue screening. But I've pretty much just gathered, because I noticed that it was happening only in the summer. It's just heat. When it gets too hot it just goes bleh. What's gross? Did I miss something there?
Strike.
It's 3D all over again. At least they went down pretty quickly though.
Strike.
Should get a new laptop for when you travel. I should just get one because Windows 10 isn't supported anymore, is it? And I would like to be able to just do more with the stream. I would like to be able to do more. You know, like if I want to just like quickly throw up a YouTube video or something while we're streaming, that would just destroy my computer. And just to be able to even like maybe play a PC game and stream that without it being dreadful. Or like maybe something emulated, perhaps. And look, you know, like when a hype train goes off or we get a raid or whatever, it does sort of lag my computer out a little bit. Mostly the Twitch chat gets laggy because it has pop-ups on it.
Fly ball to first.
Doing a big chill in.
You're out. Strike.
Oh, the price of the PS5 is. It is. It is. The thing is, though, it's the same. It's the same old of the world, though. You know, when they announced it came out, everybody bitched about it, but then what did everybody do? They bought it. So that's the end of that.
Strike.
Price would have come down if people didn't buy it. Console prices don't come down anymore, though. They just don't. The Switch never came down, ever. I still need to get a Switch. I want to get one before there's no more new ones to get.
Strike.
Maybe in a month or two's paycheck. So I can't really spend a lot at the minute because it's the time of year with the tax return stuff, and I need to make sure I've got money because I never know how it's going to go, how much of a return I'm going to get or not get, and I don't know what my future bills are going to be, like how much my health insurance is going to cost next year and my pension, and I'll also have to. I also want to pay all my pension at once because you get a disc. You know, one of those things where they reward the rich. You pay a little bit less if you pay all of it at once. But obviously, to be able to pay all of it at once, you probably got to have a lot of money. So I usually try and save a bit so that I can do that. Because you know, if I can save $70 or something of paying my pension just by paying it all at once, it's worth trying. AI bullshit makes you dread buying your next PC. Oh god, yeah. Yeah, because hopefully the bubble will burst and then they'll stop shoehorning it in everything. Yeah, the Wii U. I got my Wii U pretty early on because I wanted Sonic Lost Worlds. Oh.
Fly ball
Damn
to
it.
left field.
Oh, for God's sake.
You're out.
Phew.
He bunts it. Foul ball.
I think I'm one of the few people that bought a Wii U to play Sonic Lost Worlds.
You're out.
I have no regrets. I loved my Wii U at the time. I don't think it was a very good games console, but for everything else that I did on it, it got so. There was a time in my life where my Wii U was permanently being used because I used to watch TV shows on it. You know, on like websites and stuff, because you didn't have to worry about like viruses and pop-ups and stuff. I used to watch TV shows on it. It was that good little tablet to like click on it and stuff and ping it up onto the TV. I used to watch like Grey's Anatomy on my Wii U. I was always watching it. And then I was also playing Virtual Console and stuff. Yeah, but I used it all the time. I didn't play many Wii U games on it, but I played because this was before I got a SNES Mini and stuff back in my life. I was playing like Fire Emblem and Earthbound and Story of Thor and all sorts on my Wii U. And then I watched a lot of TV. What was the one game that you played? Was it Sonic Lost Worlds? Because you got Twilight Princess HD. See, I already had Twilight Princess on the Wii, and I'd played it too. I wish I'd bought it now because it's gone up in price, and I wouldn't mind playing it again. But at the time, to be honest though, I'm probably just fine playing it on the Wii again. I'd played it too recently, so I didn't want to double dip because I just finished it. But I did, and I'm so glad I did get Wind Waker at the time. I haven't bothered playing it yet, but I did buy that at the time because that's quite expensive now. I love Twilight Princess. It was really good. I went into it with the impression that it was like a bit unliked, but I loved it. Played Breath of the Wild. I almost bought that in the end for the Wii U, but I didn't. I'm still waiting for the Switch. I haven't played Breath of the Wild yet. I really like Super Mario 3D World. I've still not played much of that actually, but even that's kind of moot now because it's on the
Good
Switch. What did I play on the Wii U? I played Sonic Lost Worlds. Psh. I mean, I did play 3D Mario World, a bit of it, but I never finished it. Played a little bit of Yoshi's Woolly World. Is it? Yoshi's Woolly World? I got the Fire Emblem Shin Megami Tensei game, but I never really ended up playing it. I got Xenoblade Chronicles X, and the font was too small, and it did my head in, so I didn't stick with it.
Fly ball to left
I'd
field.
probably I want to go back to it now, though. What else did I have on the Wii U? Wii U Party. I played loads of Wii Party U. Oh, and also Wii Fit. Played a lot of Wii Fit. Wii Fit U with the balance board. I did all sorts on my Wii U except from playing like proper games. Twilight Princess. It's Ocarina's mine, but I think Twilight Princess was probably my second favourite. Got Donkey Kong Country Returns.
Fly
There's no
ball
Kremlins
to left
in Donkey
field.
Kong Country Returns.
You're out.
Weird. I also really like Skyward Sword. I don't really get why that was so unpopular. I thought it was fine.
Fly ball to the pitcher.
I'm not super keen on Wind Waker, personally. I've never really vibed with that game. There's bits I don't hate it, but it just all the sailing did my head in.
To second.
I just thought the world was a bit too like
You're out.
like sailing from one bit to another just did my head in. I'd like to give it another go now and see what I think.
Fly ball to right field.
Did you play HD or did you play the GameCube one? Because I've heard that the HD one like fixes a lot of those issues. Because it was annoying, 'cause you couldn't even change the wind properly. Could you? You had to keep stopping and playing the stupid song to change the direction of the wind. It was so annoying.
To short.
And then the whole Triforce fetch quest at the end.
You're out.
Urgh.
To short. You're out.
Is that why you have? Is it your stream? You got that? Thank you. Beetle.
Fly ball to left field.
The original version. Yeah, they changed the Wii U one, I think, didn't they? So that you can like don't you get a super sail that just lets you go in any direction without having to change the wind? Atlanta. We win! So wait, what's the scores now? Because I haven't kept up. We've done 23. I've really not done many games tonight. We've been chatting too much. Thank you as a placeholder. Oh, I like that though. Thank you! Oh, Philadelphia. You need to lose more. How can they only be 0 behind though when they've still only won? Oh, they haven't played as many maybe, I guess. The cult thing no longer works.
Play ball.
Hey, Peacocksaur, are you still around? I'm sorry to call you out.
Yes,
I don't like
sir.
calling people that have been quiet for a while, but wasn't it you that mentioned Gothic? Because I opened my Bluesky today and saw that there's a remake that's just been
Yes, sir.
announced. Because weren't we literally just talking about that like a day or two ago? And I was like, what's Gothic? I've never played it. And then I looked it up. And today, apparently it's getting a remake. Or a remaster.
Safe.
Or was it you, Jake? Somebody said it was their first RPG.
To third.
Played Gothic 3 but barely. You're still here, it was you. Yeah, did you see the news? Do do do.
Fly ball. Foul ball.
Also, I didn't even know there was like all these Gothic games.
Fly ball to right field. You're out.
Do you know what I kind of fancy getting? You're not excited? Yeah, I feel like I've kind of reached an age where remakes don't excite me anymore. When I was younger, I was like, awesome. But you know, like now they've said like, oh yeah, new Tomb Raider remake. I'm just like, okay. I'm just fine with the original.
Fly ball to right field.
I'll play it though. First RPG was Pokemon on the Game Boy.
Foul ball.
Hey, it's a good one. Which one?
To short.
I've said before, but one of my things about me, I've never finished a single Pokemon game in my life, but I've played a lot of them. Blue and Red. I played Red, Yellow, Gold, Crystal,
Strike.
bit of Platinum, Fire Red. Never finished any.
Fly ball.
And also,
to
what's
center
even
field.
worse now is I think I practically own all of them at this point, up to the modern ones. Because I went out my way to find them all recently because I knew that they were going to get really, really expensive. I even got Emerald finally.
Time.
I think the Gothic remake was announced some 10 months ago. Oh, I didn't know. All I just saw was I opened Bluesky today and it just said something about Gothic remake. Oh, maybe it was a trailer that they were announcing today then, yeah. It was like Gematsu just posted a thing and I was like, oh, Gothic, wait a minute. Wasn't that game that Peacock Saw was on about the other day?
To short.
What's your favourite Pokemon game? Because I really don't know many of them. I always feel like don't a lot of people...
Hey.
Which one is it that people seem to love? The Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald trilogy, I think. Which I've not played any of. Crystal. I liked Crystal at the time. I really liked Crystal. But again, I never finished it. Played any since Ruby Sapphire. I just wish I could trade with people. One or two are massive hits. You play Blue and Red. Which one was your favourite, Blue or Red? The correct answer is Red, by the way. Not even joking. Just because I like the box art.
Strike.
Making me want to play Pokemon again now. I always get a bee in my bonnet and I play Pokemon and then I don't finish it every fucking time. I was playing Pokemon Yellow back in January of this year because I got a Game Boy. I went all crazy and got like a new Game Boy Advance SP after I got my tax return. So maybe not January, but a bit later. I got a Game Boy Advance SP and I bought an LCD screen thing and I swapped it all out. And I got Pokemon Yellow that I bought with somebody who'd changed the battery already for me, and I was all ready to go. And I sat down and played it, and then didn't finish it.
Strike.
I need to get back to that. I was enjoying it. I get too obsessed about catching them all, so then I never finish it because I want to catch them all, but I can't. I was trying to get my friend into it so that then we could trade and stuff, but he didn't buy.
Ball.
And then this Christmas I was supposed to pick up my Game Boy Advance and bring it back with me so that I could buy a link cable and then trade with myself. And I forgot.
Ball.
I'm so mad. Because then I would have bought a copy of like Pokemon Red and just like traded away. Done the Mew glitch and traded a Mew. Yeah, I'm always the fire starters. Twisted fire starters.
Strike.
Charmander. Although, when I first played Gold, I actually picked, what is it called? Chiquitita, whatever it is.
Out.
Chikorita.
Strike.
The leaf thing. Or did I choose the... I don't remember. No, actually, no, I think I chose Cyndaquil, and then I played as Chicadita.
Ball.
And then, what was the platinum choices? I think I didn't do fire. Was platinum when it just had that monkey? Because I was not bothered about that monkey at all.
To the short.
I think, didn't platinum have that adorable penguin? I think that was the end of that. I like fire, but monkeys do nothing for me. Sorry, monkeys. If it was a fire penguin,
Short.
that would be really cool, wouldn't it? Not what you expect.
You're out.
Never into Pokemon. Seems like a game for hoarders. A game for hoarders? What about a hoarder? A hoarder? Ugh.
Strike.
I don't know where I was going now, so we'll just not go anywhere.
Fly ball.
Pokemon's really fun though.
Foul ball.
Like, my older brother's never played Pokemon because it's just not his generation at all. It's my generation, and now my nephew loves it because Pokemon's endured for so long. But like, my brother loves RPGs, but he's never really shown an interest in it, and I'm kind of like, you'd probably enjoy it though. Even though it's not the deepest of RPGs, but like, you love RPGs and grinding and stuff, and it's kind of what Pokemon's all about.
Fly ball. To third.
BBZ Freezer over
You're
here.
out. Fly ball. To second. You're out.
Might be your older brother's generation, don't know. Might not be. He's a 70s
To short.
kid, late 70s maybe.
You're out.
Do, do, do. I'm a 90s
To
kid.
third.
But even then though, I think even just being 80s, I think the cutoff is quite a bit, because I think I know Cobra Commander's never really played Pokemon, and she's more of an 80s kid than I am.
Ball.
Late 70s, then maybe you are?
Strike.
Probably a bit younger, but yeah. I'm an 80s baby, but a 90s kid.
Strike.
I think we're pretty much around about the same age, Jason, like about a year or two,
Out.
from what I gather.
To second.
I'm the sad side of 30.
Fly ball. To second.
Seemed like a boring time. I liked it. I think there was a lot of good in the 2000s, but
Strike.
I don't think it's had its. I don't think it's matured, and I don't think it's had its day in the sun. I think people obsess over the other decades a lot more, and the identity of the 2000s is a bit different. I think the internet changed a lot, and I think the pocket of culture has changed. Which is outside of 30.
Fly ball.
I had
to
this
right
conversation with my brother the other, like 2 Christmases ago, and I was arguing a little bit about it, to be honest. But there was something that we did sort of both agree on, and I don't know how it would be in Australia for you, but definitely as a Brit, there was a big shift. I really need this music to go away now. It's too much.
field. You're out.
That's too much. Something chill. There we go. There was a big shift in just general media, and I think in around the 2000s, American media invaded the UK in a big way in comparison to before. Obviously, there'd always been music to a degree and movies, but if you think about like 80s music, there was tons of British music, and British music was very popular globally too. Lots of big names in the 80s. 90s as well, we had the Cool Britannia thing or whatever. 2000s, I feel like British music wasn't quite as big as it used to be, and a lot of the music that we were listening to in the 2000s was very heavily American. Like all the kind of new metal music and pop music, like Britney Spears, like big... If you think about like 90s pop from America, I don't think it was as dominating as it was in the 2000s. Yeah, you did have like Whitney and Mariah, you were aware of them, but they weren't dominating the charts in the same way as like, you know, we had like obviously Spice Girls and Take That and Oasis and all that stuff everywhere, but in the 2000s there was just tons of American music everywhere, and then also the TV shows. Like in the 90s, I think a lot of TV was very British, but in the 2000s we started to get a lot more American TV. And if I think about everything I was watching in the 2000s, it was mostly American. Like all the TV shows, like watching Buffy and watching Grey's Anatomy and watching Angel and Nip Tuck and Desperate Housewives and Lost. It was just wave after wave of American TV. I mean, and I'm not complaining about it. I love those shows. They were great shows, but I think... And then we had the boom of the internet, and I think everything just started to get like a bit more shared globally, and I don't know, I think it's sort of... That's kind of gone against my point there, but never mind. I feel like it's harder to have an identity when you're consuming another country's media, if that makes sense. You don't have as strong of an identity as you might have done the previous decade when it was a lot more British, or maybe for you Australian orientated. This is, I mean, obviously I don't know how Americans feel about the 2000s, but then I look back at it. You just about the US side of things, so that we open up to more countries. Yeah, I think they probably changed America in a different way, maybe. Because I would imagine, I don't know. But then again, I feel like America consumed a fair amount of British music probably in the 90s too. Because, you know, you had those big things like Spice Girls and... But yeah, it does sort of just change everything. And then the other thing too is reality TV. Because the 2000s was the decade of reality TV, no doubt. That's when it all became really popular. And I think, unless you were... I think the thing with reality TV is a lot of people didn't like it, I think. And it was either you watched it or you didn't. And I think the people that didn't don't appreciate what reality TV was. So it's just this whole thing that they didn't participate in. But it is a big part of the noughties identity, because like for me I was trying to argue with my brother that it was an important culturally significant thing is just Big Brother in the UK. The 2000s was all about Big Brother. Everybody was like, young people like teens were watching it. It was a huge thing. And then you had like I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, whatever you had in America too, I'm guessing. Like what was the American shows? I mean, you even just had all those things like what was that TV show with like JC Chazet was on, you know, like the dance competitions with who's the dancer guy? Wayne Robson Project or whatever, all those sorts of things. Pimp My Ride and yeah, Pimp My Ride, and what was it, Singled Out? Do you remember Singled Out? You gotta go. I feel like that was very late 90s maybe though. Nah, it's 2000s. I used to watch Singled Out, the UK version with Richard Blackwood. Yeah, MTV Cribs. It was all reality TV. Fear Factor. What was that? Was there Fort Boyard?
The short.
Celebrity Rehab. Even stuff like VH1 Beyond the Music. When did that start? Maybe late 90s, but it feels like a 2000s show. Celebrity Jungle. 2000s for me is also things like South Park. and Celebrity Deathmatch, that sort of like weird humour. And yeah, you can actually me that South Park started in the 90s, but I don't think it was like really in its peak until, well, probably 99ish. When was the movie? 99, 98? I do think there's a weird transition
Fly
bit
ball.
between
Detroit.
about like 99 to 2001. There's a lot of weird stuff that came out then that was like, I think a lot of decades have that feel though. Like 1989 feels very different too. It feels like it's not quite 80s, not quite 90s. It's just this sort of like mess in the middle that I really love about 1989 kind of stuff. Like you've still got some of the kind of garish makeup, but it's starting to tone down a bit.
Strike.
And I love films like Working Girl and what else? Like Big Business, I think that's like 1988. Those sort of like movies. Beaches. It was 16 2000. TV Memories of Cartoons in Iraq. 2000s to me was like, I mean, you got the whole Y2K stuff. You've also got the whole aesthetic of like see-through plastic, when everything was cool. Like you gotta have a controller that's like transparent, or like a games console that's see-through, and a big inflatable plastic chair, and a lava lamp, and it's just all that sort of shit. To me, is like Y2K kind
Fly
of
ball to
aesthetic.
left field.
Too much hairspray. Like girls with like hair that looks like you could like stab your
home run.
finger on the end of it. And also just the emo scene kind of thing, and new metal. I was a new metal kid. Didn't like emo, but I certainly looked emo-ish, I would say, in the 2000s, but I wasn't listening to the music. I was much more into new metal. Frosted tips and wallet chain. Yeah, chains, baggy trousers came back. Holes in your jeans and chains and black nail varnish and barbed wire and like bracelets. I had barbed wire bracelets when I was like 14. Eyeliner. Hairspray was great. Y2K aesthetic was a thing. Yeah, it was. Afrofuturism. I don't know too much about that. What's that? Remember Samurai
Fly
Jack
ball to the pitcher.
as well?
You're out.
And frosted tips and big pair of jeans.
Fly ball to second. You're out.
Let me Google, what is Afrofute? What does it look like? I've heard the word a lot, but I don't know much about it. Philosophy that blends science and Afro-diasporic history to reimagine black identity. What would it look? What does it look like per se? I'm gonna be. Am I right? This might be really ignorant, but would you say? Well, I'm trying to Google it, but I don't really understand what it is. Like, what's an example of it in terms of music or film? Because from just Googling, it just looks like some weird mix. But is that stuff like Busta Rhymes? Do you remember like Busta Rhymes and Janet Jackson? That song that they did. I used to like that song. What was it called? But I just remember the music video was so.
Foul ball.
Can't think of the word.
To first.
Unforgettable.
Foul ball.
TLC's, yes, no scrubs, yeah. That aren't they in basically the same room? Aren't those two music videos in the same place?
Foul ball.
Do you know the song I'm thinking about? Busta Rhymes and Janet Jackson, like gonna make your body sweat or whatever it is.
To
Till you
short.
scream out, yeah. And she's got that whopping great big cleavage. That's something I also don't forget from that music video, was Janet Jackson's hoop earrings and her cleavage.
Strike. Fly ball to third.
Yeah, I never thought about that. I guess Missy Elliott contributed to some of that too then. Even though that's a bit more 90s though, but I'm thinking like Superfly and... If I'm on the right page. Super Duper Fly even. What was it? Is that the one, or is that I Can't Stand the Rain?
Fly ball
I
to
can't
short.
stand the rain. Oh my! I loved Missy Elliott. Like I still don't feel like she's ever had her dues. Seeing her doing, was it the MTV Awards when she was it the MTV Music Awards when she had a whole bit? I just felt like she's finally like in the modern age anyway, like showing people what she did. She's worked with so many people as well. Like even when she was at the Super Bowl, wasn't she? Was she at the Super Bowl with who did she do the Super Bowl with? Was it with Madonna?
Fly ball to left field.
What did Lorraine do? Who's
home
Lorraine?
run.
Oh. I used to really like Missy Elliott. I loved when she did that new song a couple of years ago. Was it
A home run.
Throw It Back? Was it?
Strike. Strike.
I really need to do better at this game. We've lost like most of the games tonight.
Out.
Out. I always thought Busta Rhymes was a little bit terrifying though, because he was always up in the camera and ramming into balls or whatever. You know that music video where he just stops in the middle of it and like revs up and charges into this like ram? I think it's called Break Your Neck. Has a really bad temper. I'm always just like, why are you so close to the camera lens? I'm sorry.
To third. Safe. To short.
Oh my god.
Safe.
He's not angry, he's enthusiastic.
Ball. Ball. Fly ball to center field.
Why can nobody capture this? No, I'm sure it is. I'm just really just talking about his music videos.
Safe. To short.
Fuck's sake. Oh my god.
Safe. Strike. Strike.
I'm sure he has. I'm joking.
Out. To short. Safe. Strike.
Please stop scoring.
Strike. Out. Strike.
I guess, like, even though it is 1999, The Matrix is hella influential on the 2000s.
To third.
1999 was a nuts year, I think. Like, Star Wars came back, The Matrix happened, American Pie, which is sort of like the revival of the 80s sex comedy.
You're out.
Like, there was just a lot kind of going on in 1999. What else was 1999?
To second.
You know what else is 2000s as well? Is Lord of the Rings. That is iconic. It's just, it doesn't feel like a time period though, I think, but it's 2000s, that is. What a huge, phenomenal movie event to have lived through. And I don't know how old everybody is, but like, how many of you like saw Lord of the Rings in the cinema when that came out? Like, that was just like a fucking religious experience, that was. Release of the Dreamcast for some people.
Oh.
I saw
To short.
every Lord of the Rings 3 Christmas Eves in a row.
You're out.
Me and my friend went to see them. Seems like a game changer. It was just one of those things, I think, where, like, ignoring the story of the Lord of the Rings, like whether you like Lord of the Rings or not, but just the CGI and the cinematography and the set pieces, and also, you know, like, different from The Hobbit, like how much of it was real people and extras and stuff, the physicality of the Lord of the Rings films. It was just like, it was, I mean, I guess it's how people felt like watching Ben-Hur in, like, what, the 60s, is it? Not the 60s even, the 50s, is it Ben-Hur? Must be how people felt like watching, and Cleopatra and just stuff like that in the cinema, being like, whoa. Lord of the Rings was such an epic thing to see on the screen. Because The Hobbit wasn't really quite the same, because a lot of it was all CGI, but you know, like all the orcs and stuff, it was like people in costumes. It's huge. I saw all 3 of them. Me and my friend, because we were like early teens at that point, I think, and it was... we always used to say that Christmas Eve is the slowest, most boring day of the year because you just want Christmas to hurry up so you can get your new games or presents or whatever. So we both agreed that the best way to get rid of Christmas Eve was to go and sit and watch a 3-hour film at the cinema. So we saw Fellowship and Two Towers and Return of the King 3 years on the trot on Christmas Eve. It just became a tradition. It's kind of sad when it was over.
To third.
And we'd also, people were like, oh, you must be mad going into town to see a film on Christmas Eve. It'll be rammed, but it actually wasn't. Got a 9K gold engraved replica ring for the movie. So my brother did this really cute thing. It's like a challenge thing or something. So you do like walking, and every time you do a certain amount of miles, you have to pay quite a bit of money to do this though, but he did it as a sort of motivation to exercise and stuff, especially during COVID times. And you get all this like, you get these like medals and stuff, but they're like really kind of fancily made, like big medals that like can open up and reveal stuff, which look really cool. I was looking into it the other day, but I couldn't afford to do that. They look cute. And he loves Lord of the Rings, so it was a really nice, motivating thing for him to do. See Jurassic Park? No, I was too young for that. But I did see it on a big projector in my primary school. I wonder how seeing Jurassic Park in the cinema would have been. I mean, I was too young, really. I probably could have gone, but it probably would have scared me. I probably saw it. I was only about like what 6-ish when that came out, maybe. And I think I only watched it like a year or two later in school. But yeah, it probably would have been a bit too much with the T-Rex and stuff. Also, to be honest, it would have probably also been a bit boring for me. I think I needed the extra couple of years to be a bit older to not be bored by Jurassic Park. I don't know, I was like 5 or 6 maybe when that came out.
Fly ball to left field.
What, I can't remember what year it was. 92, 93?
Safe.
Those workout things. I looked at them the other day. They've done Tomb Raider ones as
Fly
well. That
ball
would be
to
cool.
left field.
He's going to catch that, isn't he, you bastard?
You're out.
So a marathon of the Lord of the Rings. My brother was doing that, I think. He did a marathon and watched all of them. I just thought, wow. Like, how do you pee? They have an interval though, don't they?
You're out.
In like the Hobbit films, my brother didn't like them so much either.
Ball.
I want to read The Hobbit. I mean The Lord of the Rings. I've read The Hobbit, just not for a long time.
To short.
I fucking moved him. I don't watch a lot of films at the cinema anymore. I never really do. But like growing up, I'm trying to think what films used to be big. I saw Matrix I didn't see the original Matrix because I was too young. Like films, I probably could have gone with my brother, I guess, but I wasn't interested in it. But like a year or two later, I was the right age for the Matrix, I think, and then I was into it, and so I saw the sequels in the cinema. During Frodo's segments. Fair. I remember seeing Return of the King and I desperately needed to pee at the end, and you know, it was like the end when they like resolved the problems and whatever, and I thought, oh great, I can go pee now, but there's like a whole like what extra 30 minutes or so after that in like the Shire with everybody just being like, what a lovely time, and I'm just like, oh my god, I need to pee. I think I went in the end. So maybe there's still a bit of Return of the King I've never seen. You fell asleep during the first two films. Why did you go for the second if you fell asleep during the first? I've never fallen asleep. Well, no. I've fallen asleep, I think, in one film, and it was when I saw Miracle on 31st Street when I was a kid, and I thought it was boring as hell.
Ball. Fly ball to center field. You're out.
I saw the two Matrixes. One of the best films I think I remember seeing in the cinema, though, was Gravity, the Sandra Bullock film with George Clooney. That was I saw that in the IMAX, and that was incredible. That was just one of those things that works so beautifully. That the whole, when they were in space and just the total silence and the darkness of the thing, and just like the lights of the moons and the star and stuff. It was like, whoa! I felt like I was in space. You saw Super Mario? I've never seen that. I've seen bits of it. Never saw the Harry Potters in the cinema, never cared to. Never saw... I saw Star Wars Episode 1 in the cinema, and I saw 3, but I didn't see Part 2. I waited for the video. I think I saw Episode 1 twice. I almost never see films more than once in the cinema. Oh, you bitch. I had on a pirated VHS as well. Was it the same one about where it was like when they go underwater, I think someone stands up and walks across the screen?
Ball.
I had that VHS.
Strike.
I had Aladdin that way as well, before it came out in the UK, because we got the Disney films like a whole year or so after America would get them. So I remember getting a dodgy copy of Aladdin. I was like that kid at the start of all the VHSs that we had in the UK for Disney. Do you remember those? Like, I can't hear it! Mum, the picture's funny! I can't hear it!
Fly ball to third.
Do you know what that is, Rudo? I don't know if you... Did you have them in America? Like, you can YouTube this shit. There's literally... It used to be at the start of every single Disney video, and it would have, like, this narrator being like... It was like a warning against piracy, and it'd be like, don't fall for piracy or whatever. Look for the special hologrammatic seal on the video itself and the spine of the cover to ensure that you get Disney quality, blah, blah, blah. And then it'd have, like, him going, like, Cruella de Vil, and it'd start distorting, and then you get this British little boy going, Mom, I can't hear it! YouTube it, it's great.
To third.
You wouldn't, yeah. Go peep it if you can find it. It took me a while to find it the last time I was looking, I think.
Fly ball.
But just,
to
I don't know,
short.
Disney UK piracy thing. There was like 2 of them, but there was one that was really common, I think. Cruella de Vil.
To first.
I'm gonna recreate that. Mom, it's no good. The picture's fuzzy. I can't hear it.
Fly ball. Foul ball.
It's coming back to me now.
To short. Safe. Fly ball to short.
Yes, 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 yes. I really could do with a home run.
To short.
Ba, 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 ba.
You're out.
Damn it.
To second. Safe.
You're so full of UK culture. Embrace it. One of us.
To short.
Did you find it? Went for a walk earlier.
To first.
I was going to say, like, I was wondering where you're going with this. I was like, congrats? Or were you about to say, and you're still playing this? I was like, Fireman Sam. You can't ignore Fireman Sam. He's the hero next door.
Fly ball to left field.
He's always on the case. Or is it always on the scene? Always on the scene and his engine's nice and clean? The shit that you can remember from childhood, right? Can't remember like something for a test though. Lyrics to Fireman Sam, still there.
To third. Safe. Strike.
I just watched Fireman Sam. Joshua Jones. That guy who lived on a narrow boat. I don't remember Joshua Jones. I remember Rosie and Jim.
Fly ball. To
Remember the
first.
kids? I remember kids used to sing Rosie and Jim, having it off in the biscuit tin. What was that all about? Let's just come back. That's just come back from nowhere. Did you sing this like wherever you're from in the UK? We sing Rosie and Jim, having it off in the biscuit tin. Jim said ooh, Rosie said ah. Out came a baby called Cantona. And then ooh ah Cantona. What the fuck was that all about? Kids make up the weirdest shit.
Ball.
That is niche. Like there's a certain demographic of age that understands what the hell I just said. You have to be both British and of a certain age to understand. That was layered pop culture going on there.
To third.
You rather have Rose and Jim over Tots TV? I'm a tot and she's a tot, teeny tot and tiny. Has nobody heard this Rosie and Jim rhyme? Is it just my weird ass localness?
Strike.
But you know that you obviously everybody knows the Eric Cantona, wasn't it? Ooh, ah, Cantona. That was the football chant, wasn't it? For Eric Cantona, but yeah.
Out.
Botter and Badger. Everybody knows Badger loves mashed potato. Yeah.
To short.
I can just hear like Udo's keyboard like frantically clicking away. Bodger and Badger. Mashed potato. What?
Safe.
You're like that woman with all like the algebra flying around her head, but it's just like Bodger and Badger and Tots TV, Fireman Sam.
Time.
I was too old for Tots TV though. Rod and Emu, I'm too young for Rod and Emu. I've watched a lot of it through Angel Interceptor, but I'm too young for Rod and Emu. But I vaguely remember the TV show, the cartoon. I feel like I vaguely saw that, but I never saw Pink Windmills. That's like 80s kids. I was like in the womb or... And also, for me, because my brother and sister are older than me, and there's a bit of a gap, like a 14-year gap between my brother, who's the middle child. There's like this whole gap of culture because they were too old for Pink Windmills and Emu and stuff, and not watching TV or at school or whatever and whatever. So they didn't maintain that nostalgia and force it onto me, whereas like stuff that they like music and films that they like when they were kids, I inherited because of them. But there's like a gap in like 80s children's TV where they weren't watching it because they were too old for it and I was not around yet.
Time.
So I sort of missed the gap on that.
Strike.
But then like I know some weird shit like Dr. Snuggles and whatever.
Ball.
I used to rent Dr. Snuggles from the video shop. I love Dr. Snuggles. Has anybody seen Dr. Snuggles, by the way? Because it is insane. It's an absolute fever dream cartoon. Like some weird
Fly
German
ball to right
British
field.
collaboration, I think, with animation from like Japan in the 70s. And it was like this professor, this Dr. Snuggles. He's about 6, yeah. And he builds a robot called Matilda Junkbottom.
Ball.
And it's like he flies in a rocket, and there's like a spotty camel that lives on a cloud called Woogie. And there's also a woman who has loads of cats in a cat sanctuary, and she was visited by the cosmic cat, which came from outer space. Night, Jason. You was Dr. Snuggles? You searched for it? Yeah.
Ball.
I used to. We had a video store in my village. It was called like Video Magic or something, and they had like 2 videos of Dr. Snuggles, and I just used to rent them over and over and over again. Dr. Snuggles is a fucking there's only 12 episodes as well. I said to Angel like she should stream Dr. Snuggles, but she said she's got no nostalgia for it, so I don't think she's so interested in it. But I'm like, it would be so on brand for like nonsense. It's a great show.
Ball.
4 or 5.
Strike.
A lot of stuff though had repeats though. That's the thing. Like that's, you know, some kids shows they would just have repeats because TV was, you know, it's expensive to make. Because I used to watch, and then also like my mum forced a lot of stuff on me because I watched Hex's House, which is like some, it's like a, I think it's like a weird 60s stop animation thing or 70s thing. I used to watch Hex's House. I had a video of it. My mum bought it. I used to watch Bod as well. And then there's something else that like nobody seems to know, but I had a video. It was called The Bumberries. I don't know if anybody knows The Bumberries. It was an animated cartoon of rabbits, and they played cricket. And it had music by the Bee Gees. So yeah,
Strike.
it's really hard to find it now as well. There's like a couple of bits on YouTube, but it's really shit quality. You know, we saw the art of the guy around who's in your young single digits. There was a tree with crayons growing up. Yeah, that's the treacle tree. He wants to fly. In the first episode, the treacle tree wants to fly, and then Dr. Snuggles builds him some wings and he flies off. No, it's a tree.
Ball.
It is a treacle tree, and he has treacle cans hanging from his branches, and he can talk.
Ball.
I bet you don't know the trapdoor card on you. Don't you open that trapdoor.
Out.
Yeah, I know some Australians, and I gather the I feel like Australia imported quite a lot of British stuff, so it doesn't surprise me.
Fly ball.
We had
Short.
some Australian stuff too in the UK, but I wasn't always aware it was Australian. I didn't realise until probably only about 8 years ago. You must know Johnson and Friends. I used to love Johnson and Friends when I was a kid. I had no idea that was Australian. Because kids, I feel like kids just don't hear accents in the same way. But you know, now I'm an adult, I've rewatched an episode of Johnson and Friends, and I'm like, it is Australian as
Fly
fuck.
ball to left field.
I loved it. It was scary though. Like it used to creep me out. That fucking xylophone woman. I remember there was like was it something hiding under the bed, and oh, it was creepy. But then it turned out to just be the car, I think. It was huge in Japan. Maybe it had its day, but I've never heard it mentioned here.
Fly ball to second.
Some things like it's like you'll hear that it was popular in Japan, but like it was maybe popular in Japan for a year or two, and it hasn't like stood the test of time. I mean, Johnson and Friends. I don't think a lot of British people would know Johnson and Friends. It was either you watched it or you didn't, but I loved it. And also, I think Johnson and Friends used to come on cable. I don't think it was on mainstream TV. I think it was on the children's channel, which you wouldn't, unless you had satellite Sky, you weren't watching it. And I don't think a lot of British kids had Sky in the 90s. I was very lucky. My parents were older, so they had a bit more money when I was a kid compared to some kids that I knew. Because I was a much younger child, so we had Sky. But I don't feel like any of my friends growing up had Sky. So I was quite lucky in that sense. So I actually watched quite a lot of different shows to a lot of kids my age because I had more channels. And there's a lot of stuff on mainstream TV that I didn't necessarily watch because I was watching other stuff. So I didn't watch things like The Queen's Nose and The Demon Headmaster and those stuff because I was much more into animation and stuff. So live action stuff I used to sort of not bother watching. Search for Rosie and Jim around a biscuit tin. Yeah, I don't know why it's called that. I think they just wanted it to say something to rhyme with Jim. The show did freak you out. Another show I used to love was... Oh really? That's crazy. It was a creepy show though, because if you Google Johnson and Friends, what was the name of the xylophone woman? She was terrifying. Her design, because she looks like she's like got a gag around her mouth, but it's the handle of the xylophone, and because it's all voice, but nobody has any mouths, so she just like moves around a bit, and there's like this woman's voice. It's kind of creepy. My niece loved Bananas in Pyjamas as well. I didn't realise that was Australian. Bananas in Pyjamas was pretty big, I think. But I used to love a show called Tugs, which is like Thomas the Tank Engine, but with boats. I used to love Tugs, and bits of that was creepy.
Strike.
I don't know if they did an American version of Tugs though. Like, you know how they did the station, Magic Station in America, but yeah. It was the same creator. Like Britt Allcroft did Tugs. You had BIP. What's BIP? Oh, Bananas in Pyjamas. Yeah, because it used to be on Nickelodeon, didn't it? That's how we had it. It used to be on Nick Jr. Bananas in Pyjamas. I was too old for it, but my niece loved it. Am I winning this? I'm mostly just talking and not paying a lot of attention, but I should actually try and win this one. My niece absolutely loved it, and I used to be like at my sister's a lot, and she was always watching it. I'd sleep over at my sister's, and my niece would come down in the morning and wake me up at like 6 in the morning and watch fucking Bananas in Pyjamas, and I used to be trying to go back to sleep and listen to Bananas in Pyjamas all the time.
Take your bait.
Damn it. Banana costumes are lost forever. Oh, was that the end of the Bananas in Pyjamas?
Fly ball to center field. Safe.
Exactly. That'll teach him.
Ball. Strike. Strike. Fly ball to
penis.
left field.
Oh, god damn it. Bananas were bumped off by the Mafia. Or like a banana split movie.
Ball. To short.
Oh, for fuck's sake, they're clawing it back.
Strike. Strike.
Mellow banana.
Out.
Yeah, get lost.
Fly ball. To
Fuck.
left field. You're out.
Yes. What is this game? 1818? What's liftoff? I don't know that. We had round the bend. Round the twist.
Fly ball. To left field.
I didn't really watch it. I just remember the music at the end with the lighthouse. Have you ever felt like this?
Fly ball. To left field.
The big comfy couch? Don't know. Where's that from?
To third. Strike. Fly ball. To third. Foul ball.
Oh, fuck off.
Fly ball.
Round the bend? I don't know. I think I said round the twist wrong. Fucking windmills.
Fly ball. To left field.
Fucking windmills.
You're out.
Oh my god. They're gonna win.
Fly ball. To short.
This is so annoying. Especially because it's taken ages. Oh god damn it. It's American. Oh, I heard about that trivia very recently.
To
I don't know
short.
the show. Oh, we've lost.
Safe. Time.
We've only done like 3 games tonight.
Strike.
I don't remember this round the bend, but I'm too young for that.
Strike.
The event is a draw after 2 matches have been played. The winner must be decided by a penalty shootout between 2 teams.
Out.
The writer gives oink. I don't know oink either. I know the Timbuktu animals.
Ball. Ball.
I like the way Miss McMichael throws the ball.
Ball.
Oh my god, will you fucking swing?
Strike. Strike.
Oh god, Teletubbies, I'm so sorry.
Out.
She did Pob as well, wasn't it? Pog. Jamie the Magic Torch.
Strike.
Jamie.
Strike. Out.
Whew.
To third.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Fly ball to left field.
Okay, here's a deep cut, right? If you're American or British or whatever, but it's an American TV show. I have never met anybody in my life that has ever watched this other than me and probably my friend that I grew up with. But I used to watch, I watched 2 episodes of it. I think it was on a compilation VHS. And it was a TV show in America in the 90s and only had like 1 season. It was like probably about 10 episodes that were made and I don't think it was very popular. But I used to watch Little Clowns of Happy Town. And nobody knows it.
Strike. To third.
Not Little Planets. Little Clowns of Get Out. Do you know that? Do you know it? Oh, damn it. Fuck you. Oh, I thought, wow, I finally met my soulmate. Somebody that's seen Little Clowns of Happy Town.
Short.
Spreading happiness around.
Safe.
Stamp on my heart. Tiny Planets? No. I mean Little Clowns of Happy Town.
To short.
Exactly that. That is the name of the show. Little Clowns of Happy Town, spreading happiness around. Da, 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 da. I don't remember. I don't know why I had it. I think it was just on a compilation video with like
Fly ball.
my friends had them. It might have just been a Little Clowns of Happy Town video actually. My friend had it and she copied it. And I used to watch Popples. I think Popples is more famous though. With the things with the pouches. Popples. And Care Bears, of
Fly
course.
ball to left field. Fly ball to the pitcher.
To the Care Bear countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Remember the clown one? You always change the channel. I don't remember it being on TV. I don't know how we had it.
Ball.
Brr.
Ball.
Fuck's sake. Oh my god!
Take your bait. Strike. Strike.
Keeps on trying to bun.
Ball. Out. Fly ball to second.
Catch it, catch it, catch it.
You're out. Safe. Strike.
Was it 80s?
Strike.
Yeah, I guess it would have been about 8. Was it 88, 89? Probably like the same time as Popples, and I used to watch Sylvanian Families as well. When did it come out? I think I watched it on a VHS though. 1987. Yeah, I didn't watch it in 1987. Atlanta. Little Clowns of Happy Town VHS in the UK. I only ever saw 2 episodes of it though. Oh, I think it was this one. Volume 2. I think that was the video my friend had. I'm like on eBay now. Which episodes are on it? 66 minutes of clowntastic fun. I want to see the back, where it's got information. Little Clowns of Happy Town. It was on ABC, that's it. ABC Video. Oh, there's a Tempo Video wiki. Oh yeah, do you remember Tempo Video? They used to read loads of stuff. New Dad, No Dad, The Chosen Clowns, and City Clowns and Country Clowns. This is the video. This is the exact video that I used to watch. I don't remember the 3rd episode though. Can't see the back, it's too small. But yeah, this is the exact video that my friend had, I think. And then I think she did me a copy. How are we doing for the scores? See, Philadelphia, you need to play more games. They've only lost 5. God damn it. We need to beat Philadelphia. Pittsburgh can go away.
Play ball.
Play ball.
To third.
You know, people get a lot of shit, give a lot of shit to those 80s American cartoons with all the merchandising, but I kind of liked them. I used to like My Little Pony.
Fly ball to right
I
field.
like Popples. I liked Sylvanian Families. Did anybody watch that? I always associate Sylvanian Families with Deke,
Safe.
I think. Do, 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 do.
To first.
Getting small, smaller, smallest.
Safe.
Thought that was normal everywhere. Wait, what?
Strike.
Didn't have the screaming Deke. I just remember screaming. I don't remember it screaming. Just remember it looked like a little girl's voice, wasn't it? Do 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 do. Deke. Abby Jams has it on their channel.
Safe.
The Elm Chanted Forest. I don't know that one. I mean, there was loads of those like
Fly
crappy,
ball to
like
second.
it's like knockoff Snow White or whatever. Old fairy tales VHSs.
Fly ball to
Cartoons
second.
with heavy merchandising. But the 80s is particularly known for it, you know, they were basically just like feature-length advertisements, weren't they? They were good enough though. A lot of the animation though, if you like look into it, it was all outsourced for like Japan, wasn't it?
You're out.
I really liked Popples. And I liked the music and the theme tunes. I always liked the Popples episode where they go to the library. That's the one that I had on video. Yugoslavian animated musical. I saw the entire series of Ulysses 31.
Ball. Strike. Strike. Ball.
Ball.
Out.
I've never seen Ulysses. I've watched I watched a lot of Gem and the Holograms, the movie. Obviously, you might have known that I've seen a bit of Gem and the Holograms if you've been around on this channel long enough and seen the bits redeem. The TV. Oh, I got Animals of Farthing Wood for Christmas. My brothers and his wife bought me a custom, probably like Etsy thing from. Thank you, nice boys, but unfortunately that doesn't trigger Gem. Gem costs more than 100. I can't remember. I think it's 300 or not, but I can't remember. Don't quote me on it, and don't sue if it isn't. No, I got Animals of Farthing Wood for Christmas.
Strike.
I think it might be more than that actually. I can't remember. Might be 500. I don't know. It's the same as my Ko-Fi.
Out.
100 gets you I think it's 100 and over gets you thank you nice boys. Less than 100 gets you the ease thing with nothing special. And then I think I can't remember if I set it to 300 or 500 is the synergy. She's got the power. I should make it longer, but I'm worried about getting like in trouble. But I would like to have the whole chorus going.
Strike.
Outrageous. You know the funniest thing though for like Gem and the Holograms? It's not a real nostalgia thing. Like I wasn't a kid when I watched Gem. I first saw Gem when I was like 19. I remember I met some people when I was at university who were a bit older than me, but the same course, and they loved it. And they had it on video, and they were kind of stoners. We used to go over and watch Gem, and it was just a really cozy thing to watch, and I really liked the music in it. I've never seen the series though, but I've seen the Truly Outrageous movie, which is like a condensed version of it. Gem is excitement. Ooh, Gem. She's truly outrageous. But I like Synergy's song the best. That's why I have it as my alert. I also have Synergy in my raid alert, but it's not the music.
Out. To third.
You must have seen it before though, Takira. You've been around a long time. I should do something new. I have Mysterious Cities of Gold as my gift sub because I love Mysterious Cities of Gold. I would like to put the music on. I would love it to be like Children of the Sun, whenever you get it. But I just feel like as a track record, aren't Sabam like notoriously assholes? So I don't want to use their music on my stream. Because they did the theme. I don't think they had anything to do with the TV show, but they did the theme song. So I don't trust not getting in trouble for using the theme song for Mysterious Cities of Gold. Yeah, I think it would be challenged. I get away with Gem. Nobody seems to be bothered about She's Got the Power, but I only use like 2 lines of it. Oh, you have Cities of Gold music? I love the music from that. But yeah, I don't bother with it. I just use a GIF. I don't know how much Saban. I don't think Saban did most of the music, but I do know that Saban is in like the big the company like Power Rangers people. But I'm pretty sure that before they did all of that, they did music and they did the. I know that they're credited for the theme song of Mysterious Cities of Gold. Hup. Hup, hup, hup.
Safe.
Hup, hup, hup. Never seen Ulysses.
Strike.
There was also, what was that other one I didn't really watch either? It was the Wheelie Warriors, was it? And what was the one with the Eye of the Hawk and the something of the bear?
Strike.
I don't really know a lot of those more older, like the 80s cartoons that I watched were more like the really kiddish ones, like Popples and Care Bears. I wasn't watching the kind of like older kid stuff. Although I did watch Mysterious Cities of Gold because that was repeated when I was a kid. It came on the children's channel in the 90s and I watched that then and loved it. I also used to love Dogtanian, Jason the Wheelie Warriors, Brave Star, that's it, yeah.
Fly ball.
I've
to
never
first.
heard of
Foul
Ulysses
ball.
having anything to do with Mysterious Cities of Gold. Is it even the same company? As far as I'm aware, Mysterious Cities of Gold is based on the book The King's Fifth by Scott O'Dell, because I bought it for that reason. I still never read it though, but it's loosely based on the Scott O'Dell book.
To third.
With because I think Mendoza's in the book. I think it's not so much about the kids though. It's like a series. It's like the other one. What is it? I think Zia's in it. I'm not sure. I need to read that. I've had it for forever, and I read the first like couple of chapters. I don't even know where it is. I have it in Japan too because you can't get it. I mean, maybe it's changed now, but there was a time when you couldn't get it. You can't get it on your Kindle, so I brought my physical copy from the UK. Finding that book alone was a whole fucking ordeal. I remember going around bookstores wanting to find it, and nobody had it, and I ended up. I think this was like in the 2000s, so like Amazon wasn't the go-to all the time, and I remember I think I eventually did order it on either Amazon or I found it, like ordered it in a Waterstones.
Fly ball to center field. You're out.
Same production crew. I don't really know much about
Fly ball to center
Ulysses.
field. You're out.
Oh, it's another Japanese-French thing then, is it? I would probably like this. It's just, yeah, it's pretty. It wasn't on TV when I was a kid. I used to love Dogtanian. That was one of my favourites. I do Dogtanian as well, but I know Mr. DJ's got his big Dogtanian thing. Actually, out of the French side, asked the Japanese side to go more soda punk direction. I've never met any Japanese person that's ever heard of Mysterious Cities of God, by the way, and I've asked lots of people, because it did get released in Japan and it was on NHK and they had like special documentaries that accompanied it, but nobody knows it. I think it might be an age thing as well though. I don't think it probably had the same this is basically to my point I was making earlier when you say about Johnson and Friends perhaps being popular in Japan. But I can't. I don't know if anybody that knows it. I haven't asked about that one though. But I feel like it's a similar thing. Like Mysterious Cities of Gold, like it existed because Japan like kind of contributed to making it, but it hasn't stood the test of time, and I don't think it's ingrained in pop culture. So I don't think they probably never really repeated it either. Which is a bit odd because NHK, well, if they've erased it, they are quite prone to bringing. They brought Nadia back a while ago. I remember NHK did a HD remaster of Nadia: The Mysterious Waters in like the early 2010s.
You're out. Fly ball to left field. You're out.
So, but yeah, it's an odd one.
To third.
I don't know anybody that knows Dogtanian either, and that came out in Japan.
You're out.
And then my brother used to love, I never saw it, but my brother used to love Battle of the Planets. We had these jigsaws when I was a kid, these Battle of the Planets jigsaws. And I never saw the show, and it was never repeated. And I remember doing the jigsaws and like really wanted to see whatever this TV show was. They looked so cool. These like, I think they were like 70s British jigsaws of the show.
You're out. Strike.
I've never seen an episode of Battle of the Planets.
Strike. Out. Fly ball to third.
I really don't get how you're supposed to field on this, like honestly, because like I can see the ball's going all the way to third. On the radar it looks like we're in line, but when it actually appears on the screen he's not in line at all, and I'm supposed to react and dive in that split second when it's that fucking zoomed in. I just don't get how people field in this game. I've even got the assisting on, but the assisting won't do it in that situation. It'll only help with like fly balls and stuff.
Ball. Ball.
Oh my god, stop balling.
Take your bait.
Battle of the Planets is wild. Yeah, I mean, it feels like the people that watched it, like they loved it.
To third.
Oh, fucking hell. I tried to move him then, but then I moved him too far. But I can't see. You really don't have much chance. It's way too zoomed in.
Ball.
Just want to get this one more pissing person out.
Strike. Ball. Fly ball.
Damn it.
Field. You're out.
Right. Ball. Makes rats bigger. The 10 count.
Strike. Fly ball to second. You're out.
Being seems to be in tech demos above gameplay.
Fly ball to third.
Really?
You're out.
I don't know if I've heard that. I think they usually just say it's jank. I don't get me wrong. I don't think this is an outright bad game. I really don't like the fielding. I think the batting and stuff is nice and the graphics are good, but I played
To
better.
second.
It's better than Tony La Russa though, my long shot. It's better than Roger Clemens as well. But yeah, it's just... I don't like the fielding. Some of it might be a me problem, but I feel like, yeah, I'm not really getting it.
Out. Fly ball to short.
Yeah, the fielding specifically.
You're out.
It's just too zoomed in. Like, the ball goes so fast, and by the time you've actually seen where the person is, if they're on the left side or the right side of the ball, or even stood in front of it, it's kind of too late for me to react. I don't, you know, to make them dive to the left or the right. And I like kind of look at the radar, but the radar kind of makes it look like they're already in the right place.
Strike.
And then they miss. And then the times when I do move it, there's a gas round shop on the PS1. I know there is, Sekiro, because I told you. And you went, really? I must check that out. I've still never played it though. I'd like to though. It's alright.
To third.
I forgive you for forgetting though. We hear a lot of things online from a lot of different people, but yeah. I specifically do remember telling you were live as well when I told you about it. You were like, ooh, I must check that out. And you clearly never did. But at least you remember it.
Fly ball to short.
It's a simple series as well, isn't it? Or is it like simple series the shooting or something, and it just happens to be like
Fly
Gacha
ball
Man?
to second. You're out. Fly ball to second. Fly ball to third.
Fly ball to third.
To third. Foul ball.
Oh, I love this song so much, and you know I do because I never shut the fuck up about it every time it comes on. Do do do. Oh, it's just so pretty. I'm so pretty.
Out.
I still need to get that rip from Muhammad Ali and Greatest Heavyweights. Oh, I'm so pretty.
Ball.
Ba, 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 ba.
Ball. Strike.
It is, Jiggy. I love it. I also had to eat a bit of humble pie because for a long time I was like, oh yeah, European music, loads of good examples, like Lemmings on the Mega Drive sounds amazing. It's not even, it's fucking Sunsoft, isn't it? I mean, obviously the original composition is European, but the arrangement of it is Japanese. But yeah, it's an amazing arrangement.
Strike.
I'm partial to the Super Nintendo as well, but I do think Lemmings like really, really bangs on the Mega Drive. Do do do. You know, I've never listened to the Master System version. I wonder how that is. Do 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 do.
Strike.
This is one of those songs to me. I was talking about it a little bit yesterday. How the sounds of the Mega Drive it like opens these like connectors in my brain of like primal childhood feelings. It's like just this sort of emotional connection I have to the hardware, and this song is one of those that does that to me. It just sounds like childhood in a song, and it's specifically with this arrangement of it.
Out.
Can't think of a version that sounds bad. No, it's just good music. And this one though, I think I said before, but this is the one that's actually from Pugsy? Because most of Lemmings is just arrangements of, like, you know, folk songs and nursery rhymes and whatever. Whereas this one is actually, I think it's from the Pugsy Tech demo thing or something. Or is it this one? What's this track? Or maybe it's this one. No, I like this one too though. This one bangs. Yeah, that's what I mean. The demo that had Pugsy in it. When he's like turning around and looking at the thing.
Strike.
Which one is it? It's not this one, is it? It's the one that I just played. Isn't it called like Pugsy? The name for it. Use a bunch of old TV show themes for Lemmings musics. Well, some of it's like Oh Little Town of Bethlehem and How Much Is That Doggy in the Window and 10 Green Bottles. What's this one? I don't think this is from anything, is it? Is this just another... Is it, who is it that did the music? Is it not Tim Follin, is it? Who did the Pugsy song? I can't even think how to Google it. Somebody else can tell me, I'm sure. It's a baseball.
Ball. Strike. Ball.
That's 10 Green Bottles. That's fucking Can. That's How Much Is That Doggy in the Window. This is Lemmings original, I think, isn't it? Don't know what that is. Don't know what that's kind of original, I think, too. She'll be coming round the mountain. 10 Green Bottles. What we just had. Oh, that's a good one as well. That's my favourite though. Remember that one? Oh, that's the Sugar Plum Fairy, isn't it? I don't even... What is this? Can't think what that is. That's a classical piece though, isn't it? Is that Swan Lake or is it Nutcracker again? That's our little town of Bethlehem. Oh god, what's this? This is also classic. Yeah, let's put a different song on there. I like this one. When we played that game Wiz on the Sega Saturn, that had some like kind of... I think the first track of that was a bit Lemmingsy, like using old music and reusing it. I think it was London Bridge or something like that it was using. But then the later tracks that were like more original were pretty good. Not as complicated as it sounds. That's the Pugsy track. Is it called Pugsy in Space, the original piece of music, that one? And that's what the name of the thing is as well, isn't it? Cold Story. Who did it? I think the guy that did it, I think he only did 2 songs for Lemmings, like composed them. The others are sort of... I'm not even sure if he did it for Lemmings or they used his music. I can't remember the way around it is.
Strike.
I'm sure his first name was Tim.
Fly ball.
It'll
to
be
center
like
field.
Jeremiah. We find the answer, but...
You're out.
Somebody around to actually remember for the entire screen. Got a bit lost with that one, I think. It glitches out then, yeah. Tim Wright, that's it. Oh, Cold Stories is the name? I didn't know that.
Out.
Hurrah!
Fly ball
Demo
to
scene
third.
name.
You're out.
What else did he do?
To third. You're out.
I like European 90s game music though. There's a real vibe with it. A lot of it sounds like obviously where it's come from, you know, like it's Commodore and Amiga-y kind of music, like the crack screen kind of stuff. Everything sort of is very
Ball.
high tempo.
Strike.
Do 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 do. What's this? I like this song though, but what is it? Oh, it's Legend of Heroes, isn't it?
Ball.
I think we started the stream with this. I'm going to change the shuffle, start the shuffle off again, because I'm pretty sure this was the first track of the evening, so it's probably gone back into its own loop. Not having fucking shotgun. Oh, we could have a bit of Elemental Master. 5 miles if you love Pugsy. That sounds legit.
Take your bait.
Probably one of those that doesn't really have a name, to be honest. It's just people have given it one.
He bunts it.
I mean, like the Lemmings that we just listened to, it's labelled as like track 1.
You're out.
I think people just don't. They kind of just with the Lemming stuff, don't they? Just sort of go with the name of the level that it first appears in, even though it's used over and over again.
Ball. Strike.
Do do do.
Strike. Out.
Actually embedded in the track titles.
Strike. Strike. Out. To third.
Elemental Master does have a banging soundtrack. I'm looking forward to playing this one. In fact, now that I've got the whole hardware up and running, we can probably just play my cart version now. Because I was sort of wanting to hold off until I'd got the cables. But yeah, I suppose we could give Elemental Master a go soon. Maybe it'd be a good palate cleanser after all this baseball. I've heard it's very short, like, I don't think the learning curve is
Fly
too
ball
high
to
either.
center field.
I think that was some people's critique of Elemental Master. I think it's not very replayable. I don't think... Does it even have difficulty modes? I'm not sure. I think people just said it's pretty short and straightforward.
Fly ball to center field.
Can't say though in 2026 I'm too bothered about that being a complaint, but it probably would be, you know, when it's your game and that's it.
You're out.
Oh, I'm going to put on my favourite Steel Empire track, seeing as I know that was coming up next. I love this one.
Ball. Strike. To short.
Blocker.
Safe.
Just rereading that Lemmings comment. Does it actually tell you that you've done that if you cause the state there? Like they thought ahead?
Strike.
Like reminds me of that, what is it, the Fantasy Star 3 thing with the escapipe? Where it just kind of tells you you fucked the game. Sorry.
Out.
The things people do in video games though to figure stuff like that out. I would never like sell my stuff and buy an escapipe, and I guess when you've just got no other games to play and you're just titting about over and over again.
Strike.
I wonder how many people genuinely found that back in the day.
Strike.
Something wrong type, because I mean a lot of that stuff would come out when people start hacking ROMs, wouldn't they? They'd find the data and then wonder how you see this line of text. Time to restart the level.
Out.
Found it on purpose.
Fly ball to the pitcher. You're out.
Get naked, yeah. I mean, I could understand somebody using an escapipe, but it's the fact that you can't afford one, right? You have to actually go out of your way to sell your stuff in order to buy one, which is just like very unusual sort of probably a thought process to go through at that point in the game. Well, they could have. I mean, I wonder if they didn't discover it until later and then did a quick fix. Because, like, why not just program the pipe not to be sold in that shop, or just not sold in that shop yet, or
Fly ball to third.
because there's no need for you to get one. Just make the shop be closed today. Lock the door. Sorry, we're closed. In celebration of the wedding. Do you know what I mean? Like, 'cause you don't need the shop.
Fly ball
That
to
would be a
first.
more, I don't know,
You're out.
in canon fix. But maybe they just found it at the last minute.
Strike.
I mean, I don't know. Surely it would take the same effort to close a door than have the king say something.
Fly
Or maybe
ball
they were
to
just
left
so
field.
impressed with the stupidness of it they decided to just make it funny.
You're out.
Okay, nice try. To be a good word of mouth. Yeah, I think it just make for an interesting story, doesn't it?
Ball. Fly ball to left field.
No.
You're
Yes.
out. Fly ball to center field.
Fireball. Catch, 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 catch.
You're out.
Beautiful. And I think that will be the last game of the night. 25. Let's get that password. That's 25 games done. We only did 5 games tonight. 57 games. No, I haven't updated it. So get excited because now it's 55. Hey, Mooware. It's kind of flying. I know, right? Where does the time go? Oh, fucking hell. It's not even remotely flying. I've had enough. Atlanta. We're having good chats though, right? We're having good chats. I'm enjoying. This is what I said before. You know, with like when we've done in the past, we've done like the Roger Clemens and the Zuz and the Tommy Lasordas. We have good chats because baseball is not always too bad to autopilot. So. I mean, I don't even know some of these games. Like, I zone out and we're like having a big chat about some kids show, and then I look at the score and I'm like, oh, I'm winning 12-1. Oh, awesome! And it's like the 8th inning. I'm like, okay. And then sometimes I look at it and I'm like, oh shit! Like, oh wow, I'm losing. This one is particularly rather easy, though, I think, in comparison to the others. But oh, we've hit the 20-hour mark. How beautiful. I think we'll call it there.